they were a blessing in disguise, actually. So everything actually is, happening for a reason. I know, and that deeper things are at hand that we might not see, but there is a purpose and plan with everything.
So when it showed up, I knew that's what you were going to ask me about. Then there's the Ten of Cups. The Ten of Cups is a card of great happiness. Now, the funny thing is, while we all are sad when someone dies, and that sadness may never leave us, when a person's gone, that we miss that person, and we'll miss that person for years and years and years, and there's just no way around that. I mean, like I was looking through some things the other day, and I found a letter from somebody I was very close to who died a couple of years ago, and everything came flooding back. It's just very sad. But get this. Yeah. The Ten of Cups is one of the happiest cards in the deck. And I get that a lot with afterlife messages. It's as if the person is saying, yeah, my life was kind of messy and it was not really going well at all, and I was out of balance here, but now I've found happiness and I found comfort and joy. And that's what I'm seeing here. So I'm because of the appearance of the death card, I'm taking this as a message from a spirit in the other side. And the message is, I have found balance into my existence, and I want you to know that I am doing well and I'm feeling happy. Now, of course, that's not going to wipe out the sadness that we here feel left behind, but that's the message that I see. And I hope that helps you out. Does that help any?
Yeah.
It's just, since I started doing these kind of readings, they always are kind of sad, and then they end up with the person saying, but I'm doing better now and I'm happy. I've yet to find a card that shows that the spirit hasn't evolved. And that's worth knowing. So it's certainly not a message saying, forget me, but the message is saying that all those things that were painful and hurtful in my life, which we don't want to go into now in front of all these people listening, but you know what happened, and is saying that I'm doing better now, and my life is now balanced. And that's what was missing. You know that. That's why I asked if you had a hectic, unbalanced life, he or she. So there you go. So the message to get across to you is that I'm doing better than, frankly, I think I'm reading this as saying I'm doing better than I thought I would. Yeah, so that's good.
Okay. Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Thanks for calling.
All right, thank you.
And I'll tell you what, I'm going to light a candle, a nice white candle, to send positive energy to the spirit tonight. How's that? So, okay. So let's shuffle up the deck, and let's get to the next call. Gosh, I really miss doing this. So I am so happy to be here. Brandy in Eunice, Louisiana is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight, Brandy?
I'm great. Thank you.
Beautiful. What can I look at for you?
I would like to know, I had a male figure just recently pass that was close to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wanting to know if the feeling that I'm feeling that it was done on purpose is right. I would really like to know if...
You mean if it wasn't a natural death?
Exactly.
Okay, let me see what I've got here. Well, let me tell you, are you leaning towards suspecting murder?
Pretty much. I'm suspecting that it was done on purpose.
Okay, because I'm not getting any mention. I'm not getting anything here that indicates like suicide, okay?
Correct.
But
like...
Well, I'll tell you why. Let me tell you what I see, and I'll tell you why I ask you that question. I sometimes try to beat around the bush a little bit with these kind of things because they're very sensitive. But the first card I have is justice, which tells me that there's a need for justice to be done here. So that's, you know what I mean? That sort of fits in with what you're feeling, doesn't it?
Correct.
So yes, I think the first card is the justice card, and it says there's a need here for justice. The next is the Two of Swords, which is a card of nothing happening, just a stalemate. There's no movement in this thing. Nothing is going on. It's like a cold case kind of thing. It's just nothing's going on. The next card I have is the Nine of Swords, which is a card of great sorrow and sadness. And my feeling is that is the spirit of that you're asking me about. And the next card is the Judgment card, which shows it's almost part and parcel of the Justice card, which is the last judgment, which shows the angel blowing the trumpet and people getting what they deserve. And these are two strong indications that there is something unjust about the circumstances of this passing. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So now, usually when somebody asks me a question like you're asking, they do know that there's something more to it, and it's pretty bad. I mean, you have very strong reason to feel that, but these cards are bearing that out.
Can I? Let me see. I'm gonna tell you. Okay, look.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not like a medium or like y'all and can read cards or nothing like that. But I had a vision that whenever he died, the girl that he was with that was driving the car, that she looked at him and she said, "You don't think I'm going to do it?"
Mm-hmm.
I believe she did it on purpose. And the person that they wrecked with says that whoever was driving the car was trying to kill themselves. And my brother-in-law was a passenger in the car.
That is the kind of thing that's far more common than a lot of people know. For instance, there was recently, the news was full of the stories about a woman who's a member of Congress who died in a car accident, as they call it. And it turned out that the person who was driving the car deliberately steered the car into a head-on collision with another car. I mean, this is the kind of thing that does happen. So it's not out of line. But what I'm seeing is, looking at these cards, I'm seeing a spirit that's calling out for justice. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that fits in with what your suspicions are.
Well, they both died.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's just, there's sadness here, but there's a need for justice is here also. So, you know, if they both died, there's really, then it's up to...
I think that's what you meant by when you said that it's standing still. It's going to keep standing still because they both died.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know if you would be able to connect with him, and if there's anything that he would want me to know, or any type of message that he would like to tell me.
Well, the message that I'm getting through these cards is that that justice wasn't done. And I'm taking that as a message from the person.
Okay.
One of the cards that I look for in doing an afterlife reading is the Judgment card, by the way, and that is here. Like the previous call, there was the Death card. That's the most obvious of them all. But there's also cards like the High Priestess, which sees behind the veil, and the Judgment card, which is about the final judgment, and it shows the graveyard and the people coming up from it, and all that implies. There's a sadness here.
They buried him today.
Oh, no, that's just terrible. Well, there are ways that they can tell, like from skid marks and whether or not it was deliberate.
There wasn't any.
No, wow. That's just awful. I'm just seeing that these cards are sad, and show me that there's a need for justice. So, I will. Let me hang on one second. I may have something that you can do. I have a book here that I use. I haven't used. Everybody has. There's a very powerful magic book, and almost everybody has it, but they don't know they have it. And that's the Book of Psalms. And there's so much in the book of Psalms that can be used magically. And let me just see. I know there's something here for attaining justice. Let me see what I've got here. I know this is boring radio, folks, but I'm looking through this book here. And here we go. To remedy an unjust situation, and let's say that that's what you've got here. Okay, that involves some work with the 43rd Psalm. And let's see what it says exactly. This is one of the great tricks of being a master magician, which is not knowing all these things, but knowing where you can find them. So let's. Justice is sure to come to one who prays this with warmth and sincerity. And there you have, and it's just read the 43rd Psalm, which is very brief. It's only 5 lines long. If any court appearances are necessary, just write the first line of that, the first verse, judge me, O God, and plead my cause against an ungodly nation. It goes, that's line 1. If you should have to go to court or go to any kind of a hearing, write that on a piece of paper and carry it in your shoe. Put it in your shoe. And have it on you when you make an appearance before the justice, the tribunal of justice, whether it be a coroner or a court. But the 43rd Psalm, if you could just picture justice being done and read that magically, they say that will help you attain the justice that you need. How's that?
That's good.
Because these cards are showing me a spirit that is crying out for justice. And that's something that we can probably do on this end of the spectrum easier than on the other side of the veil. So do that, okay? And I will light a candle tonight, as I'm doing for the previous caller, to send positive energy towards the spirit, okay?
Okay.
So remember the 43rd Psalm. It's only 5 verses, and if you need to make an appearance in any kind of a hearing involving this, just write line number 1, the first line of that psalm, on a small piece of paper and put it in your shoe when you go there. Okay, that's a classic old-time way of handling it. I know it sounds silly, but you'll feel it. But trust me, you will feel it.
It doesn't sound silly, but it's never going to go to court or nothing like that. It's nothing like that. It's just the point is that I had a vision. That morning that they were arguing, and that she told him, so you don't think I'm going to do it, and then she did it.
Yeah, and that fits in with the cards I saw. So let's just keep that in mind, because you can, if you can do this, it can maybe bring some justice or peace into the situation. Because it sounds to me like you did get a very strong message. And I will, and please listen, my email is asktarot@earthlink.net. Asktarot, ASKTAROT @earthlink.net. Please feel free to drop me a line anytime if you want a little help with this. And I can give you a few more things that you can do to maybe send some positive energy out around this situation, okay?
All right.
And listen, no charge for things like that. I know there are things that I charge for. This isn't one of them. Okay, this is just this. This is something. This is something I'm offering as a continuation of this free reading. How's that?
That's awesome.
Be well, and realize that you probably had a very strong vision, because the cards that I have fit in with what you saw. Okay.
All right.
Thank you for calling.
Well, I thank you, and I appreciate your time.
Hey, that's what we're here for. That's the whole point of the Ask One Radio Network. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And let's shuffle up the cards. You're listening to the sporadic broadcast of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network, where we theoretically get together every Wednesday. Although we've been doing it robotically lately because of, like I said, internet, my computer broke down. And I had the whole damn thing rebuilt, by the way. They thought I was nuts. I said, but that's a 7-year-old computer. Like I brought in a Model T Ford, It's actually it's 6 years old, but it's a 7-year-old model, but I've only had it for 6 years. And it was a lot less expensive to have the entire thing rebuilt than to buy a new one. And, hey, in this day and age, less expensive is good. So that's where I've been. And I'm just glad to be back in the swing of this stuff. And we'll be here every Wednesday. Yes, we will. I'll be here next week, too. 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific. And if you want to know more about what I do, check out my website, which is magic-works.com. And I spell magic the old-fashioned way, MAGIC-works.com. Magic with a K, -works.com. And you will see over 100 pages there of magical stuff that is fascinating ancient lore. And you'll see things that I can do with you and I can do for you and things you can do for yourself. Make your own holy water, things like that. There's a few interesting movies there, things to see. A whole bunch of magical videos there, things explaining magic. And, of course, there's a link to mojoacademy.org where there's a book there that will change your life. I assure you, if you are looking, there's a lot of people. The last 2.5 years, I've shaken up a lot of people in terms of their beliefs and their philosophy. And we have seen the complete collapse of science. I mean, the Centers for Disease Control just admitted that they didn't know what they were doing for the last 2.5 years and that they got most of it wrong. So that's collapsed. And there's things out there that transcend science. And the esoteric arts is it, I'm not proselytizing, but just take a look, for instance, at the occult book page at magic-works.com, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Becky in Floral City, Florida is next. Hi, Becky. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good.
I've been hearing so much about Florida for the last couple of years from friends of mine who skipped out on New York and went to Florida and said, they called me up and said, Elliot, you're not going to believe it. It's like normal down here. So
It is. I actually grew up in New York, upstate New York, also, and moved to Florida.
Where in upstate New York?
A really small town called Cohocton, Whalen.
Okay, I don't know that one.
Okay, it's near Hornell or Bath.
Okay,
Elmira area.
Elmira, I know, yeah.
Mm-hmm, yep, it's about a half an hour from Elmira.
Isn't there a prison in Elmira?
I'm not sure. There may be.
That says more about the kind of people I grew up with, But,
right?
Yeah. So I'm glad things worked out well in Florida, but people were surprised. They say, you're not going to believe it. It's like nothing's locked down here and everybody's fine. And, and of course, I remember the news reports being so gloating. Well, within 2 weeks, everybody will be dead in Florida, and it never happened, so.
Never happened. No.
So I feel like I feel a real.
That's why.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Sunshine is good. Sunshine is where we all come from, man. Sunshine is what made everything. So Becky, what can I look at? What can I look at for you in the cards?
I'd actually like to do a love reading. I want to know if Scott and I will get back together, or I should say we'll get together.
Okay. Well, there's a difference there. Were you together?
We were high school sweethearts. So, yes, about 35 years ago. Mm-hmm. And we just recently saw each other.
You people who went to high school are always bragging. Let's just see here. Well, I'll shuffle them up, and let's see. If the cards are simpatico with you, you'll be getting cups, and cups are emotional. Oh, good God. There's the Ace of Cups, you see? And just as soon as I say it. This is why there's a lot of people who believe that the cards are alive, literally alive. I haven't gone that far yet, but I'm willing to entertain the notion when things like that happen, because I was in the middle of saying if the cards are simpatico with your question, you'll be getting cup cards. And here's the Ace of Cups. And the Ace of Cups is cups are about romantic stuff, affairs of the heart. And that's the first one. The aces are beginnings, so it looks very good. The Knight of Cups is here too. That is also the beginning. Now, but there's a difference. The aces of cups, the aces are kind of theoretical. So there's a potential here for a nice relationship because of the ace of cups.
Okay.
Then the knight of cups is more practical, that there will be a new relationship, because knights are on horseback and they can jump around like on a chessboard. They'll move in odd ways, and that's a something new that begins and you're not sure about it, but it's there. It's still just a beginning, but it isn't as theoretical as the ace. It's more practical. The court cards go from the knight to the queen to the king to the page, and they get more solid each time they go along. The next card is the Six of Rods, which is a card of success and triumph. And then there's the Four of Cups. The Four of Cups. Four of Cups is interesting. The Four of Cups it shows a hand coming out of a cloud offering you a cup, meaning something unexpected is going to happen in terms of a relationship. Which means this person, Scott, you said the name was, he may be thinking about you, may be thinking that way, but not showing it yet. But these are very good indications. These are really good indications. Now, I want to ask. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. He indicates that he was too hurt in the past, and he is.
Yes, that's what I wanted to ask you. That is precisely what I was about to ask you about. Because the card I have is the Three of Swords. The Three of Swords shows a heart pierced by swords, and the heart is crying. So I was going to ask you if this person had recently been in a relationship that didn't work out. Because right now what I'm seeing with this person is that he's hurt. There may have been a divorce. There was a breakup. You see, the thing is, if somebody asked me about the state of a nation, and I got this card, it would indicate civil war, that kind of thing. So, yes. So the funny thing is, just as you were saying that, I was about to ask you if he had a breakup recently, because he's really feeling gun-shy about all of this stuff, because he's been very hurt, very hurt. This is wonderful. You're right in tune with these cards. This is very good.
Yes.
Now,
is it
going to
take him a while to move? I'm sorry. Is it going to take him a while to move forward?
Well, it's going to happen. Let me put it that way, because the card I have here is the Page of Cups. Remember I told you about the court cards go from the knight to the queen to the king to the page, and each time it gets more solid and real. And the page is the one where it's here, it's happening. And that's the card I just got for you. So it will happen, but it's the page is a child. The page is a baby. Baby steps, you see, but it's coming. And now I have the Ten of Cups here. Boy, I said the cup cards would show up, right? The Ten of Cups is a great, happy, and wonderful relationship. So it's going to move in that direction, but it's going to take a bit of baby steps and a bit of nurturing. But it's worth pursuing, because the cards show me that this will be successful for both of you.
Oh, great.
Overall,
great.
right now he's hurting. He's still hurting. But something, this is where the old expression comes from. It's in the cards, and there is a relationship in the cards for the both of you. And if you both work at it, it will work out well. Because there isn't a bad card here. He just needs to. Oh well, here you go. This is not to say that this is going to happen in the immediate future, but it is going to happen. It's the Ten of Swords. The Ten of Swords is an ugly-looking card where it shows a person lying face down in the mud with 10 swords in his back. But what that really means is the worst is over, and that person will get up. That person will get up. And start again. So he's getting closer to that point, but not yet. It's going to be a while.
Okay.
But you'll know.
When you say a while,
you'll see it.
A year, 2 years, or when you say a while, is it 1 month?
No, I don't think it'll be that long. If it was that long, I wouldn't be seeing it here.
Okay.
But it's going to be. Here's the 5 of rods. That's about stiff competition. Not terrible fighting, but stiff competition. And that competition in this case is going to be what the other people did to him in the past. You know, you got to overcome that. And I think you'll know how to, I think there's a way that you'll see, because then I got the 4 of rods. That means a happy home. So you see what I'm getting, like the cards are showing difficulties, but a good outcome. Good outcomes make difficulties go away. You know that. I mean, it's worth it. So
okay, great.
So give it a shot, because these are highly positive cards, but my mind is blown, because I was going to ask you if he had been hurt recently when you mentioned that he had been, all because of that card. Look at the 3 of Cups, go online, 3 of Cups, I mean the 3 of Swords. Look online at the 3 of Swords sometimes, and you'll see the various drawings for that card, and they almost all include a heart that is pierced by swords, and it's crying. There's not blood coming out of it. There's tears.
Yeah.
And that's the only obstacle you've got right now. Oh, look, I've got the Hierophant. The Hierophant is a card known as the High Priest in some decks. That's a card of religious conformity, and it's, when people ask about relationships, that card is an augur of marriage.
Ooh, okay. Awesome.
So you see what I mean? It's going up and down, up and down. These are the potentials. This is but it's a very strong potential. But you just got to let him get to that point where he realizes that the worst is over, and it's time to start over again.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Can I ask you just a personal question, just out of curiosity? You don't have to answer. Are you guys pretty young? Or not?
No, we're not. Okay. I'm in my my mid-50s, and he's a year older than me. Yep.
Okay. Well, let me tell you. To me, mid-50s is kind of young, but yeah. No, that's good then, because I think that works in your favor, because it's not like it's going to be like puppy love, right? You know what I mean? Where
right.
You're adults, you're grown-ups. Yeah, so
it's a total different relationship this time around.
Yeah, and you've been through a lot in life, so this is probably why the cards are very good for you. So I keep me posted on this. I'd love to know what's going on, and I can send you some hints magically for kind of moving things along if they take too long. In my email, I can be found through Ask One Radio or Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, my website. I'm very easy to find. You could just Google Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, and you'll get in touch with me. My email is asktarot@earthlink.net, but you can find me. It's easy to find me, and we'll see what we can do. Okay.
Okay, great. I will definitely email you. Thank you so much. This has been such a great reading.
Yeah, things look good. Things look very good, but you've got a little work cut out for you. That's all. But a little work doesn't scare you. I can tell. Thanks for calling.
No, he's a little bit stubborn, but it's worth it. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Bye-bye now. And let's see, we'll shuffle up the cards, and hey, we'll go to Carla in New Orleans. I've spent most of my life wanting to go to New Orleans. Well, we got a dial tone anyway. I love those New Orleans dial tones, right? They all sound like Louis Armstrong to me, or is he Chicago jazz? I have an album by Sweet Emma, signed by Sweet Emma. I'm sure she's long gone, but wow, I've been wanting to make it to New Orleans since the 1970s. I'm a total New Yorker, you know. For me to go to Central Park is I guess, to use the New York vernacular, a schlep. But I've been places. You know, I went to Los Angeles a few years back, and all I met was New Yorkers. So why bother traveling? Carla in New Orleans, you there with me?
I am. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm doing great. Thank you.
Beautiful. What can I look at for you?
I was just wondering, do you have any messages from my late husband? Well,
let's take a look. That's fascinating, because while I was shuffling them, a card fell out of the deck. And one of the things that we pay attention to when we do readings is a card that falls out of the deck. And this one is the Page of Rods. I forget the meaning of the card. The symbolism of the card is what's interesting. This is the Hanson Roberts Tarot deck, and the Page of Rods shows a young guy with his hand to up to his mouth, calling out to somebody. So yeah, that tells me a message is coming, right? So let's see what we get here. Okay, this is a card I get quite frequently. These are cards I get almost all the time doing afterlife readings, and it's just, it's really weird because these exact cards that I'm getting now are cards that I get quite a lot. First of all, the first one I got is the Page of Rods that shows a person calling out a message to somebody. So that's the answer to your question. Yeah, this is going to be a message. The first is the Three of Swords. That's a card of sadness. I just had that earlier for the prior reading in a completely different context, because it's sad when somebody close to us we lose. It's sad for us. It's sad for that person too. It's sad. The next card is the Ten of Swords, and that is a card that indicates that the troubles are over for this spirit. And then there's the Sun card, which is a card of healing and growth and health and light, and that's followed by Temperance, which means balance is restored. So this is a message that I get very frequently, which is I interpret as it's saying, I know that this is sad that I'm gone. However, I am growing. I am my soul is finding balance and peace and growth and healing, and that's the message. Was this a terribly hard passing?
It was surprising,
Yes.
the illness that came on, yeah. But that's comforting to know that he's finding peace and is healing,
This is exactly what it's saying, which is saying that I am healing, and there's growth, and there's health and happiness and balance, and okay. because the pain is there. The pain of leaving, it was like it's a shock. It was sudden for you and for the person who passed. Nobody expected this, and it was the message that I'm getting, which I find is fascinating, because it began with that. You asked if there's a message, and it began with that card that shows a person shouting out to somebody. Is that yes? I'm doing okay. My spirit is growing and healing. Okay.
Well, great. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, it's just so strange to me since I started doing these kind of readings, how often I get those exact cards. And it's kind of a comforting thing as I get up there in years, to know that these messages are coming through like that. It's changed my attitude towards everything. Let me see if I can find one thing that is like an overall message. Well, this is the Hermit card holding a light, and which guides people. That's telling me that this person is watching over you a bit. Well, that doesn't happen for too long, but it does happen sometimes. But this person is still attached to you and still cares for you and is watching, and watching, not spying, but watching over you, has concerns about you being well. So that's good.
Okay.
So
that is.
So these
good.
are fine.
Yeah.
I'll send some positive energy your way. I'm going to light a white candle to send positive energy towards the spirit and to you. How's that?
That sounds great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And let's see. We'll shuffle up the cards. It's a funny thing because I was reading tarot for years before doing this show on Ask One Radio. And I was just doing readings for individuals, one-on-one. I never did it like this in a mass media kind of setting until he's been over 10 years now that I'm doing this, Ask One Radio. And I never, ever, ever even considered afterlife readings. But somebody asked me to do it once, and I said, I made a deal. I said, I'll do it, but I'm going to need to see some cards that indicate that, I don't want to just spread some cards out and then impose a meaning on them. which is, for all I know, is what I'm doing anyway, but I don't think so, because the cards, like with the romance question that we had earlier, the cards can be so right on the money that it's a little scary. But I decided that I wanted to see a message come through with a verification, you know. So that's why if the death card is there, or the judgment card, or see, I'm drawing a blank now because I get like this, you know. Any card that indicates the afterlife kind of thing, you know, the high priestess, which is the person who can see behind the veil, then I'll take that as meaning that there is a message coming in, and I'll read from there, you know. So that's what we got, you know, and I've been doing that ever since. I've never done that before. Let's see if we can get another reading in here. Karen in Yakima, Washington. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Elliot.
Hi, did I pronounce that right, Yakima?
Yes.
Yeah, because I know that the great stuntman Yakima Canute was from your neck of the woods. Is he forgotten these days? He did some of the great movie stunts. And his son was Charlton Heston's double in all of his movies.
Yes, to the younger generation, yes, but not to me.
Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah. Yeah, so that's how I know it's not Yakima, or, you know, I remember seeing Yakima Canute, the great second unit director and stuntman. So, listen, we got a few minutes left here. What can I look at for you?
I'm looking at my money situation.
Oh, well, that's easy. It's worth less now than it was a month ago, right? Let's see what
pretty low.
You know, we're all taking a hit now. Let's see what we get here. Well, you've lost some money. That's the Five of Cups, which is a partial loss, but it's not as bad as you might have thought. That's the first thing I'm seeing. The Four of Coins. Coins are money. The Four of Coins, I don't think you need this. It's advising you to hang on to what you've got. You know what I mean? To be very frugal, even to the point where people might think of you as being cheap. But I don't think that's going to be a problem in this day, because we're all doing that. Then I have the Two of Coins. That's about a person who knows how to juggle money and make money work. And then the Ten of Coins. Yeah, so these cards they are about money, all of these. The Ten of Coins, it means it's going to work out okay. You're going to come out fine. It's perfection with it. There's the Queen of Coins. That's the person who knows how to handle money. There's a potential of more money appearing in your life. It's telling me that you'll be able to marshal the funds that you've got. That's the Four of Coins shows that you're very careful. The Two of Coins knows you know how to balance the money and juggle the money and even get money to work for you if you need to. The Ten of Coins tells me that there will be plenty of money when you need it. And the Queen of Coins tells me that you know what to do with it when you've got it. So I hope that helps.
Yes, I'm just dreaming about the day where I don't have to juggle.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Trust me, I'm with you there. That's for sure. But at least you know how to do it. That's what counts. And, you know, that's better than some people who are just, I mean, I've known people who don't have a clue what they're doing. I mean, with money, they just don't get it. They don't know how it works or where it comes from or anything. So you're ahead of the game, but you're going to be doing okay. I mean, that Ten of Coins is very good. I mean, that's a really positive card. Oh, here's the Knight of Coins. Again, that indicates money coming. But, you know, it's an up and down situation. It's very volatile. I've got to run. I've got like a minute and a half to go. But it'll be a volatile situation money-wise for you in the coming months, but you can handle it. How's that?
Thank you, Elliot.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And that's it. Come to the end of my first show in 27 years. Well, not really, but it sure felt like that. Man, I really miss you guys. Please don't think that I cut out for any bizarre reasons other than ill health or technology, because I love doing this. I would do this every night if I could, but I can't. And that's the name of that tune. But we've got some changes coming up. I've been doing some planning while I took this enforced vacation while the computer was in the shop. And we got some surprises coming up, some things we're working on to improve Reverend Elliott's magical window. So I will see you again next week at 11 Eastern, 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific. See, I almost forgot how to say that. And we will go through the deck of cards and see what they tell us about our lives. If you want to get in touch with me, check out magic-works.com, magic-works.com. And till we see you again, remember, what you are is the universe's gift to you, and what you become, what you make yourself, is your gift back to the universe. See you next week.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Jacqueline Closemore Live with Jacqueline Closemore. Jacqueline Closemore live from jacqueline.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Jacqueline Closemore Live
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, welcome to the show. I'm Jacqueline. You're on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. Coming to you live from Melbourne, yes, in Australia. And we've been journeying along the major arcana and the tarot sort of a little bit haphazardly, but never mind. So I'm going to continue that journey today with the Moon card, which is actually showing up quite well today, so that's good. We're looking at Pisces as a sun sign there, and you can see that crayfish at the very front, right down here. There he is. And then we've got the wolf and the dog, the moon, the two towers, and a great big long journey ahead type of energy. And we've literally just in the last couple of days had the lunar eclipse and a full moon, and it was a blood moon. And boy, it was a very red moon. So, you know, I find it really interesting when people go, oh, look, planets and moons, they don't affect anything. And then you got other people who go, it's the moon's fault or it's Mercury retrograde's fault. And it's like, both sides are a little bit extreme there. Let's just say that if you're in the emergency department working there, and I have a number of clients who are in emergency departments working there on various levels of operation. I also have some clients who, you know, are in certain positions in society that has them as first responders to things. So it's really interesting, you know, besides obviously emergency department has a first responder element, but I'm talking about other sort of services, that people can be in, where they can be helping people as a first responder. So what I find with them is I've sort of said, well, full moons, come on now. And they go, well, yes, actually, we get a lot higher number of accidents and emergencies in a full moon, and more car crashes and more really weird car crashes and people just kind of going off, we are 70 to 80% water in our beings. I'm not sure. Some people might have more orange juice than water. I'm not sure. But essentially it's water. And the moon, the full moon, we sort of talk about tides to do with the moon and certain moon phases having to do with tidal shifts and, king tides and things like that. So when people sort of say the moon can't affect anything, I don't know. I mean, it seems to affect a lot. So you can say what you like about that, but, it's kind of showing up in various statistics as to why, that has something to do with how things can be for people. But in this moon card, you can sort of be dealing with the aspect of, well, obviously it's nighttime. We don't really see the moon usually unless it's nighttime. Just going to angle this around so that you can see it as well. Kind of glowing, isn't it? A bit like the moon does at night sometimes. When we look at the moon card as an energy and a principle and a nurturing kind of component, we often see that cobalt blue colour around the edge of the moon in that dark night sky. Obviously not so much the red moon, but when it's just normal full moon. So that cobalt blue colour can actually be really kind of calming, soothing, healing. If we think of which chakra relates to blue, obviously it's the throat chakra. So this is how we hear people, how we speak from, our own sense of voice. And that kind of colour relates often to people who, have a strong sense of their own authority, that may have some authority issues or issues with people trying to, tell them what to do and get a bit cranky with them. So you can sort of find that in that colour, it's kind of a soothing, calming quality. Too much of blue. So if you're thinking of painting your bedroom a deep cobalt blue, can I suggest maybe not? Tempting though it is for some people. You can get the blues by having too much blue. The sky is blue, it's great, but it's not our entire environment. We have the grass is green and we've got a whole range of other colours going on. And it's all about having balance. So, drawing down the energy of the moon can actually be really helpful for people like me who have ADHD and, we've already got too much energy. I was at a ritual once where everyone there was drawing down the sun, which I knew for myself not to do because I've already got that much of that energy going on that I hardly need more of it, and I'd probably be awake for the next 48 hours if I did that one. Whereas if I draw down the moon, it's a nice settling energy. So when you're wanting to draw down the moon, you can literally stand out in a full moon night and just, literally hands up in the air and just ask for that energy to come down over you and to draw that right down the whole length of your body, right down to your feet, and just imagine that energy going through your whole body as well. And then as it's doing that, taking that right down into the soles of your feet, and imagine that going down into the earth and anchoring that right down as far as you feel is right, and then drawing that earth energy up through you. And then that can actually give you a nice both calming of drawing the moon down, but then also earthing of bringing that earth connection energy up to you. When we sort of think of the moon energy, we're usually thinking of a feminine energy, and there are many phases to the moon. The most powerful, most feminine aspect of the moon sort of transitions through its many phases is actually the new moon, and that's where you can't see the moon at all at that point, And when we think of the full moon, what's making it us able to see the moon? Well, it's actually the light of the sun, which hilariously the light of my lamp is just distorting this image. So, when we're looking at the full moon, we're actually looking at the light of the sun reflecting on the moon. So it's kind of a connection of the sun and moon in that vision, Whereas in the moon, being the dark moon or new moon, that's the full kind of, possibility of what's coming, the new possibilities of fertility. If we sort of think of the seed about to breach, having sprouted, and the leaves of that are starting to breach the surface, that's where that new moon energy is. It's sort of like, all right, the germination's happened, everything's starting to actually be able to take that next step of breaching the surface. So that's where you're going to go into more the crescent moon and all that sort of thing, and then into the full moon of, illumination in that sort of sense. We see the wolf and the dog, so it's sort of representing the tame and the wild aspects of ourselves and our psyche. And in the moon card, we can find issues around anxiety. So going to howl at the moon, like really, having enough, being up to here. So it can be anxiety, it can be sort of self-doubt. There can be deceptive qualities going on. You can be wanting to know the truth when you're coming up with this card. People with an 18-day of birth as well, they tend to be, what I found quite often is there's a tendency there to be quite connected to the moon. And so some people with that numbering will be really very creative on a full moon. Others will be more the new moon. It depends on their cycle. If we sort of think of the first ever calendar was actually, marked with 28 days on a bone. People thought that was done by man. Well, you sort of think of the moon cycle and you think of women's cycles, reproductive cycles, and, well, men don't really have a 28-day cycle, do they? But women do, and not all women are 28. Sometimes it's less and more, and there can be various reasons for that. But if you ever think of how, the first calendar came about, that's it right there. And that's sort of going around the cycle of the moon as well. Sometimes we have 12 moons in a year, sometimes 13, and it sort of alternates through the time. So when you're going in through a process of going through the moon, you're looking at your emotions, you're looking at your inner world a lot more, the mysterious, the deep, the dreams particularly. And this can sort of bring out nightmares, or it can bring out prophetic dreams. It could bring out manifestation type scenarios. So there's a lot in the moon card that you can get. And as I was saying about, moon day of birth, moon people, 18, that does come down to 9. 1 and 8 is 9. So that's the hermit card. So there's an aspect of them also that will be a bit sort of like, I'm going to go up my own way and just put the cloak over and check you next time, But there can also be, for some people, a bit more of a kind of more extreme relationship with those energies of the moon and of emotions, and other people, they're going to have a lot more stable. You sort of look at different traits, whether it be star signs, numerological signs, tarot signs, and there are lesser and greater extremes, and then the more positive or the negative traits of where that can go. So when we sort of talk about anxiety, we can also be talking about, well, here's over here on one extreme, huge anxiety. Over here, it's like, and I have calmed, so that peacefulness. So they're sort of on that same bandwidth of, am I settled or unsettled? Am I peaceful or unpeaceful? So there's that aspect. And then there's also truth versus lies that comes through that as well. And then the dreams or the nightmares, and also the dreams of what's possible, and I'm being optimistic versus, oh no, I can't do it. So, you sort of look at a card and, it's not just going to be, everything's great. Sometimes it can be what it's pointing out, where you can go next with this, or where your challenges are. When you're looking at cards, that's how you can kind of go into it. So, it can be a really healthy and sound exercise to actually get out the major arcana and maybe shuffle that and just ask to pull one card, but what is it I need to know right now, or what area of growth can I have? And then that can bring out different cards, and certainly that kind of reflection can kind of help you get a lot more clarity around what's happening for you. And the thing to do, though, when you get cards is not to go, don't like that answer, gonna shuffle again, or I don't like the answer this feels like it's giving me, so I'm going to go purely to the rosy side, or, oh, I'm kind of pessimistic, so I'm not going to see the positives, only the negatives. So it's really important to kind of try and have a fairly balanced aspect of how you're looking at it. But that's me today on the Moon card. This weekend, I will be appearing at Warragul at Lardner Park in Victoria. On Sunday, I'll be doing a live talk and readings demonstration for the audience. It's all free. Just pop along and come on in. There's an entry fee, but everything in there as far as workshops is free. And I'll also be doing one-to-one paid readings at my stand at Warragul, and also next week back at Melbourne as usual. And I'll look forward to catching up with you next week. In the meantime, it's been lovely connecting with you. Hope to connect with you next week, and lots of love. Bye for now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Insight with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Insight
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me today. I am Andrea Bacon, and this is Sacred Insights. So there's a lot of great new energy in the air right now. Spring has sprung here in this part of the world, but wherever you are listening from, we are moving into a new astrological year. Aries is the first sign of the zodiac, and we are also having a new moon in Aries as well. So this is a great time to take action, to manifest your dreams. We have this new, fresh new energy, this play field of abundance, and it is a really exciting time for you to kind of think about the things that you want to heal from your past in order to heal our thoughts and to start fresh. We have this new vitality bringing us a great perspective on the roles that we take on and the ways in which we balance our innate energy of the duality of our own masculine and feminine energies that we all have within our own selves. So we can use this and practice it in balancing in a harmonious way to take action versus how we receive, giving and receiving, allowing the universe, the energy at play in our specific circumstances to help us, and to be in this state of grace, serenity, optimism, and giving us this chance to heal our past, heal from our past, and bringing this new celebrated energy into our present, as well as into the future. So being that Aries is the first sign in the zodiac, we can choose to ride this, new energy wave and of like these abundant, infinite possibilities that we have for our lives, like allowing the universe to take care of the details and us surrendering to the universe and then following up with taking guided action that we get, and that is something that we can work in a cohesive way with the universe. Okay, so now we're going to take a caller, Zana in California. Hi, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I am good. How are you?
Great. So how can I help you?
So I would like like to know more about my relationship, if everything's going to be okay.
Okay. Let me pull some cards. Yeah, I'm feeling an energy of maybe has there been a little bit of distance?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see here.
Thank you.
It's also that there's this advice of not getting too wrapped up in your head about too many things, because when you get in your head, it can kind of cloud what's going on and kind of create this spiral.
Gotcha.
Okay. There's definitely some new things coming in. And again, I've got this energy of this being all tied up. Oh my goodness. And but we do have underneath that, we do have the door to romance card. Okay. And underneath that is the angel of love card.
Okay.
So yes, I'm definitely feeling like there's been this distance, but I've got this healing, serene energy that does come with it. And
Okay.
I do feel like, to answer your question, that yes, it will be okay. Definitely be patient.
Okay.
There's a message of a need to be patient, and this message of you kind of feeling this feeling of empowerment within your own self. Not to say that you're not empowered, but just really focusing on, your inner light, your energy, and bringing that beautiful light that you have, and kind of just shining that. And that is really going to help you feel, feeling grounded in this situation.
Okay, perfect. Because I was kind of feeling the distance. I was like, oh no, what's happening?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Everything's going to be okay. No worries.
And I feel like this is a time for you to have this independent. What's happening is you're also being guided to have this independent growth spurt. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Stroke not too long ago, so I feel like I stopped working and I've been taking care of her. So everything, I just felt like I'm just kind of losing myself a little bit. So that feels good to hear that.
Yeah. Do something that is for you. Do something that brings you home to who you really are. So,
Thank you so much.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was saying thank you so much.
Oh, yeah. So like this, taking action on something that's going to fulfill you and it's going to help you, with any anxiety that you might be feeling at this time. Have you had some anxiety about the situation?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. It's off and on.
The cards I'm getting are good. I even have this Caring Connections card and a door to personal healing. So I think you're being guided to do some inner healing, that things that are probably from your past.
Okay.
Okay. Things that may be coloring also your present, your relationship, and just kind of sit and, take time to do rest. Like your work is going to be to take rest and to get rejuvenated and with your energy, and, spend time with yourself and in your own energy, that connection with, meditating. And there's something about like something from the past that is talking about somebody that from the past that was hostile. I don't know if you know what that is, but that's what I'm picking up, that's coming up to be healed. And the message is for you to, sit and take this time to work on whatever it is that is in the past. The healing, the meditation is great for healing, okay? It's really connects you to your own energy. And doing that regularly builds a strong foundation. It builds a strong foundation with ourselves, with our guides, and it just brings like this beautiful healing energy into our daily lives that we can, let go of things that have colored our thoughts and, kept us in patterns that we don't necessarily want to be in.
I agree.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, I feel like there was something in the past that you may have walked away from, and there was somebody who maybe had like a hostile attitude, or something like that you had to heal from, that you had to walk away from. And sometimes that colors your thoughts about the present, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm picking up, is like you're just being guided at this time to cultivate your really strong energy within your own self, what brings you joy. And this is going to help you release that anxiety.
Perfect. Thank you.
Absolutely. Do you have any other questions?
I do. Is there any way I could ask? I'm thinking about purchasing a home, but not at the moment. Maybe beginning or towards the end of next year, if you see that happening.
Did you say a home business? I part of it I didn't.
A house.
Oh, purchasing a home?
Yes.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, I feel like there's been some conflict about this, maybe inner conflict.
Yes.
But yeah, I feel like there is some work to be done still about this. So let me see. So, working on this, it might take some time, but you are going to have some results in this situation. It just might take some time, and letting go of, letting go of either a little bit more debt, and then there's going to be a big turn. So yes, in the future, yes, you might have to be patient for a little while, and there's some things that you might, need to realize that you don't know yet that will come up, but that's ultimately going to lead to fulfillment and wish fulfillment and happiness. So that looks good as well. All right, yeah, and
that's good news.
Absolutely, and I hope this has helped you in some way today.
Allah, you gave me some good news today. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for speaking with me. You have a good day. Bye-bye.
You too. Okay, guys. Well, that is about the end of my show today. I am so happy that you've joined me. If you would like to get in touch or take a look at what I have, you can go to my Etsy shop at mindbodynourish.etsy.com. I've got readings up there that you can get if you would like, and I have some perfumes that I make with essential oils. You can always check out my TikTok at Mind Body Nourish or my Instagram at Medium Andrea Bacon, and as well as my Facebook like page where I post daily cards and whatnot and channeled messages. So again, have a great spring. Thank you. Bye.
Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live tonight from the great city of New York, where we get together for an hour every Wednesday to listen to me look through the magical window for you. That is the tarot deck here. That's shuffling up the cards there. That's we're going to be looking through tonight to find out what's going on in our lives, what's going on around the corners of reality, what's coming up in the future, and what we can do about it. Now, that's something I used to talk about quite a lot, but I don't think I've mentioned it in a while, which is people want to know why you bother looking into the future. Because the future is not written in stone. The future now is not the same future as the future 5 minutes from now, because 5 minutes from now, you're a different person. Now, that is a very bizarre concept, but if you couldn't do anything about the future, then there'd be no point in looking at it. And yet we can look at it through the tarot cards, and we can see what the influences are. If we can't necessarily see the outcome, but we can see what the outcome will be now. Once you have that information, you've changed. You're a different person. Your attitudes would be changed. You may not even be aware of it, and that future may no longer exist. It may exist somewhere else, but it's not going to happen to you. So if you, for instance, see that, well, I'll give you a perfect example. At the end of 2019, and by the way, my nose is still horrifically clogged up, so I sound like I've got a cold, I know, but I don't. It's just dry air here. At the end of 2019, you can go back to the archives at askoneradio.com and listen to some of the programming from, say, September, October, November, December, meaning the end of 2019. And you will hear that many of my readings, people got cards that indicated the end of one chapter in life and the beginning of another. A lot of that, an awful lot of that, to the point where I had to draw the assumption that something very strange was going to happen that was going to change everybody's life. And of course, by March of 2020, February of 2020, we were warned about that in the then President's State of the Union address. He mentioned a virus from China that nobody paid much attention to. And then in March, people started paying attention to it. By April, it was all over the place. April 2020, I was sick with this thing, and that knocked me out for a while. But everything got shut down, as you know, and I'm not going to go into the any political delving into was it right, was it wrong. The answers to that are quite apparent right now. But at the time, let's face it, this was a virus that nobody had ever contracted before. And I'm going to say this without any conspiratorial intent, but the only people who had gotten sick with this virus were in a laboratory in China. They, at the end of 2019, they found these workers were getting sick with a kind of a flu-like thing, and that's why it's called COVID-19. Not because there was a COVID 1 through 18, coronavirus disease 19, because it was discovered in 2019, and that's how they discovered it. And by the time, wherever it came from, the point was that nobody knew what to do about it because nobody had antibodies to it. Nobody had been exposed to it. So, some people acted out of an abundance of caution, maybe overreacted, better safe than sorry, would you say? I don't hold that against anybody, but the fact of the matter was this stuff is going on now. To this day, there are people who are still reluctant to let go of all of these restrictions. and businesses were shut down. People were locked down. Livelihoods were ruined. It really was a time of new beginnings, because there were endings. And if you're lucky enough, when part of your life ends, another part begins. And that doesn't work that way for everybody. There's some people who can't do that. There's some people who just can't handle it. Change, there's no such thing as good or bad change in that sense. For years, I've been telling people there's these things called psychological stress units, which scientists use to measure the effect of change in people's lives. And for instance, the units of psychological stress you endure for getting a divorce are the same. It's the same amount as getting married. So you see, the stressor doesn't, you can ignore the stressor and just realize that there's stress. And a lot of people aren't made to handle stress. There's some people who thrive on it. In fact, I think we all know people who create stress all the time. It's highly addictive, stress, because of the chemicals that your body releases under stress. And to throw an entire population into a state of panic and stress is a very irresponsible thing to do if you don't have, let's say, an overriding reason to do it, and do it temporarily. Because, for instance, I'll give you the Cold War as an example. The people who were in power spent years getting people terrified of the Soviet Union, when the Soviet Union could barely make enough toilets for their own population, and they were terrified. I go into this in my book. Reverend Elliott explains it all, because it almost destroyed the presidency of President Eisenhower when the Soviet Union put Sputnik, the first man-made satellite, into orbit. People here were going berserk because they felt that the evil people over there were going to control the world from outer space. Well, of course, the president, Eisenhower, didn't really react to it at all, because he knew what all presidents at the time knew, was that that was a practically bankrupt country, and the money that it took them to put that thing up into space and the resources it took to do that was about all they had. So he didn't react in terror and panic. But to this day, I mean, there are still people to this day who are terrified of the Soviet Union, and there is no Soviet Union. So you got to be very careful when you scare people. And sometimes you do want to scare people enough to shock them into action, maybe. But when you go too far, that's terrorizing people. And there are still some unfortunate people who live in a state of terror when exactly what scientists said in 2019 was going to happen with this virus has happened, which is that it will mutate to a highly contagious but very mild form. That's what they do. That's how viruses mutate. There is no fear that it was going to mutate into something that eats your body and leaves you in a pool as a sludge of gray matter. No, it doesn't work that way. Viruses, to survive, they said in about 3 years, they said this at the end of 2019, in about 3 years, we'll have variants of this virus that are highly contagious. Everybody will catch it, and it'll be like maybe a cold. And that's it. And that's where we've been. But there are people now. For instance, New York State just lifted the mask mandate under many circumstances. And there are people in the street demonstrating against that, screaming, "You're going to kill us." Now, I'm not going into the science of this or that, because it's not worth discussing. It's like arguing religion at this point in time. But I just want to make the point that the tarot cards showed me in 2019 that something life-changing was coming, and that's what it's done. And look, and I'm using these examples not to put people down, but to just say this is how they've changed their lives. Their lives have been changed, and I could see that for almost anybody I read here on Ask One Radio and people I read for privately, was that there's going to be big changes. Some people took advantage of that to change themselves for what they perceived as the better, see, and other people, well, here in New York, there was an increase in the number of people who killed themselves during the whole lockdown phase. It was just awful. And the only reason we know about that is that people in the neighborhoods where it happened reported on it, but media people were told not to cover. Now, I'm a person who's got media contacts. I've been in news media for years. In fact, I'm one of the people whose businesses was shut down and destroyed by the lockdowns. My wife and I ran a newspaper for 20-odd years. And that was contingent upon people going out and getting the newspaper. And everyone was locked down, you see, and all the advertisers were locked down, and everyone was put out of business. So it was time to change. So we changed. And that's what you can, if you can see, I'm taking the scenic route here, right? But the point was, if you can look in a deck of cards, tarot cards, and you can see that there's a period of change and transition coming in your life, maybe you can have a little bit of an advantage there without having it forced on you if you know it's coming. So you can have it go the way you want it to go, at least as much as you can control. We don't really control that much as we think we do in our lives, which is the way it goes. I mean, I love it here when people refer to, well, you got to control your own destiny. You can't do that. It's not your destiny then if you can control it, you see. But do you believe in destiny? Do you believe in the appointment in Samara? Do you believe that everything that is going to happen has already happened and we can't do anything about it? If so, then what's the point of any of this? But I don't believe that. I do think that we create reality as we go along. Now that will require a couple hours of speaking, and maybe we can do, I keep threatening to do webinars, but maybe that would be a good one to do, which is, what is the point of magical work if everything is preordained? Because there are people who believe that everything happens all at once. There was the Big Bang and it all happened simultaneously, and we're just watching it unfold now. Time is just the way we make sense of everything. Personally, I think time is just the way we develop time so that we don't miss lunch. That's neither here nor there. But you see, that's why we look at the future. That's why we want to see what's coming up. I have had a few little health problems, nothing major. You know, mostly it's just seeing annoying doctors. I think there's doctors out there who are trying to plan the size of the yacht they're going to buy from seeing me. But they are helping me, and I just, if I've fallen behind in some of my readings for people, I know that people have called me and reached out to me for readings, and they've been very patient and very understanding when I explain I'm going through this medical lunacy, and I just want to get it out of the way, and then we'll go back to some more readings. But it's clearing up. So if you do want to get in touch with me off the air for a reading, my readings start at $10. You can find out more about the readings by going to magic-works.com, magic-works.com. You can tool around there, look at a whole bunch of stuff at that website, but the information about readings is at the home page, so you'll see it right away. And I'll be more than happy to make arrangements with you to do a reading with you. And I know that a lot of people aren't going to get through tonight, especially if I keep babbling like this. Nobody will get through tonight. But I know that it's also inhibiting for a lot of people to talk in front of a few million people around the world. There, did I just lose some people now because I said that? But so my hat's off to you, just for calling and talking publicly on Ask One Radio. That's good for you. You got guts, because someday I'll tell you the story about how I became a public speaker and how terrified I was of the whole thing. And I'll tell you the worst thing that ever happened to me while I was a public speaker. But we'll save that for another time, because that's about me and this show is about you. So why don't we do this? Why don't we ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space and pull back the magical curtain on the magical window for Mylin in Richmond, British Columbia. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Yes, thank you so much for taking my call.
Well, that's what I'm here for. I'm glad you could get in tonight. What can I look at for you?
I just wanted some advice on career.
Okay.
For a career.
Well, I'll shuffle up the cards and see what I get. If it's about career and money, we should be getting some very clear evidence of that. Well, there we are. There's the 2 of rods. The rods are career. That's about waiting for something to happen. Like you've done the work you need to do to prepare for something, and you're just waiting for it to bear fruit. Now, the next card is interesting because whatever the situation is now, it's going to change. Because that's the wheel of fortune. That means the situation is going to change. It's going to change rather radically, in fact, because the next card is the tower struck by lightning. So that means a sudden, unexpected change. What comes after that is fascinating. What comes after that is a possibility of new work in career, which is the Knight of Rods. Knights are new beginnings, as opposed to old beginnings, right? Knights are beginnings. And then there's the Six of Coins, which is about a potential income stream and money coming your way. And emotional happiness is there. That's the Nine of Cups. And the Nine of Rods is here. That means you're ready for what's coming. You're prepared. So you've been waiting. You're waiting for something to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen fairly soon, and it's going to come out of the blue. Something unexpected is coming that's going to result in an opportunity for something new in terms of work and career. There'll be a good offer of money with that, and you will be very satisfied with it. And you're prepared for it is the main thing. That's also like the Two of Rods indicates a person who has done the work and is waiting for the results. The Nine of Rods is the person who is completely prepared, who's been around. That person sometimes on some decks has a bandage on her head, meaning you've been through the battles of life and you're still here and you've succeeded. So yeah, I'm seeing good things coming your way in terms of work. The situation that you're in now will change, and it'll change for the better.
Okay, so is there like a timeline that you can see?
Well, it's in the works now. And I'm making that judgment because the Wheel of Fortune is here, which is about change, and the Tower of Struck by Lightning is here. And the two of those both indicate change, and together it shows that it's going to happen really fast. So it's coming soon. But the main thing is you're prepared for it. Here's a Page of Rods. Again, that's the pages are beginnings also, but the real appearance of it. I mean, the Knight in the court cards is the theoretical appearance of something. The page is the physical reality of it being there. So yeah, you're definitely going to get an offer of some sort or create one yourself, but there's going to be a new career line opening up for you, and it will be very good for you. You'll be happy at it too. It's going to be emotionally fulfilling and financially fulfilling too. Okay.
Oh, wow. Sounds amazing. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah. You're headed for a good time. Thanks for calling. Bye-bye now.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye now.
I sound like that kid in the fourth grade who always had a cold and had to blow his nose. It's so funny because I'm sure that given, as we were talking about, everybody is health conscious, or rather disease conscious. I sound like I'm sick, but I'm not. I checked with the physicians and they assure me it's dry air. You see what I mean? It's a hard time breathing, so I'll be taking some decongestant later. And by the way, speaking of the air, I would like you to join me in this. I'm going to do this after the show, and maybe you'll do this too at some point in the next few days. We all need to send some positive energy out to the people in East Palestine, Ohio, where they are going through a living hell, and they are really scared, and they don't know if their town is going to be evacuated like Chernobyl, because of the train wreck that was pretty much like what was that? About 12 days ago it happened. It was pretty much ignored, but it left a toxic cloud, which is at the moment reportedly killing pets, fish, livestock. These people are scared, and rightly so. So I am going to be lighting a white candle later on to focus on sending positive energy to those folks out there. It'd be great if you could do it too, if we could all do it together. Now, this is not by any means a substitute for hazmat groups coming in and cleaning up. Let's be clear. But I'd like to give some sort of emotional, psychic support to these folks who are not doing well mentally and emotionally because they're scared, and they should be scared because it's scary. I can't get any more clear than that, right? So we could do that. We can keep them in our thoughts, yes, but do something concrete. Like I am going to burn a white candle, and I'm going to send positive energy to all the folks out there who've been negatively affected by that train crash. Lord knows I'm not going to be able to do anything for the people positively affected by it, because I don't know if there are any such critters out there. But let's all get together and do that. There was a time a while back when I asked the audience here to do some positive energy work for a friend of mine who was going through some troubles. And she reported the most phenomenal feeling of energy and positivity that ever happened. And yeah, you guys came through and did a wonderful job. So let's see if we can all work on sending some positive energy to the people in Ohio whose future is in grave doubt right now. And they're just, eventually they will probably, we hope, get the physical help they need, but let's give them some spiritual support. Okay. Carla in New Orleans is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well, Carla. How are you tonight?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good. What can I look at for you?
Well, I was wondering if you could connect to my late husband and just let me know if you feel connected with him.
Okay, let's see. When I get requests for readings like this, there are certain cards I look for to indicate if I'm getting the message or not. So let's see what we get. And if I don't get one of those, well, that's pointless now because I just got one of the cards. I was going to say, if I don't get one of those cards, then we'll just try it again. The first card I have is the High Priestess, and that's one of the cards that's exactly what I was looking for. The High Priestess is the person who can see behind the veil being that separating this world and the next world. This is what's fascinating to me, is because I get this all the time when I do readings like this. And that is, the first card here is a card of sorrow and sadness. That's the Nine of Swords. That comes up almost every single time, indicating that I understand. It's as if the message is, I understand that this is painful for you. It's painful for me too. All the other cards are cards of health and healing and growth and happiness. And the message is, I'm doing very well where I am. That spiritually I'm growing, because that's the sun. The sun is about healing and growth. The Judgment card here, that shows, that's a reference to final judgment, and that shows a new life beginning. And then there's the Nine of Cups, which is about emotional satisfaction. So while it's difficult, while it's very difficult because there's the pain of loss, here it is again. It's the Three of Swords. That's a very sad card. There's always the sadness there in these readings. But the message I get is, I'm doing okay. Now, here's an interesting one. It's the Hermit card. And the Hermit is a card that shows a person who's watching over other people, has a lantern and guides people. I would say this is saying, I'm watching, I'm there, I can see. Okay?
Okay. Right. Well, thank you.
So the message that I'm getting through here is the sadness and the pain and loss and sorrow, and saying that, but spiritually I'm doing fine, and I'm watching. Okay.
Thank you. All right. You have a good evening.
Thank you. Bye now. Let's shuffle up the cards again. You know, you guys have been keeping me busy. I've been going back and forth to the post office, mailing books out to people. This is, I like to see that, not just because I like selling things, which don't get me wrong, it's fun to sell things, but I keep the prices as reasonable as possible. The book prices have been going up. They've gone up like 3 times. I mean, the cost for my making the books, but I try not to raise the prices we've had postage increases. I try to keep the prices this pretty reasonable. And I always let people know that you can get any books that I have for sale, with the exception of the tarot book. And I'll tell you why later. You can get that for 15% off with a special code if you buy it direct from the printing plant, which is, see, the price at Amazon is higher. A lot of people buy through Amazon, but I have to charge more for a book at Amazon. I don't want to, but that money doesn't get to me because Amazon, they do, they take a nice bite out of it, and the postage rates have gone up too there, but their shipping prices haven't gone up at Amazon, which is nice. But I still think that the best way to get any of the books that I mentioned here on the show would be to go through mojoacademy.org, which is the website I have that offers you Amazon. But if you look around, you'll see it's right there. I don't hide it. Obviously, I'd be an idiot to hide that. You can get it right from the printing plant. You can get any of these books, except the tarot book, as I said. You can get any of these books for 15% off. And I strongly recommend doing that. That's the best way to do it. The reason you don't get the tarot book is that if you get it from the printing plant, you would only get half the book, in a sense, because the whole book package has a CD with it that has tarot readings on it that illustrates points in the book. If you want to learn about tarot, and I don't mean just like this card means that and that card means this and here's what I mean. If you want to have a holistic approach to tarot and read about my adventures in tarot and get all the basic information anyway on top of it, I do recommend that book, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, which is dedicated to you, the Ask One Radio audience, because you inspired me to do it. I strongly recommend that book. It's a fun book, and it'll teach you a lot of stuff about tarot. And you can do what I do, and then you can replace me and leave me destitute. Yeah, go ahead. That's gratitude for you. But you bought the book, you're entitled to do it. It's called Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. You can find it at mojoacademy.org, and you can find it at amazon.com. And it's, as far as I know, it's the only book that comes with a CD of actual readings. I suppose today people would do that, play it on a computer. But I may have to switch that and make it have it come with a thumb drive, because I don't think people use CDs that much anymore. Well, Ginny in California is on. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well, aside from a clogged nose that's more annoying than it is anything else.
Oh,
doing fine.
Sinus allergy.
Yeah. Oh, let me tell you, I had no idea what allergies were like until some years ago. I had pneumonia. And then I found out that one of the side effects of having had pneumonia is it leaves you with allergies. And I was thinking, what the heck is this? People go through this all their lives?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Bad news. Just another example of a selfish guy who doesn't give anyone any thought until it happens to him, right?
No, you just don't think it can happen to you until it does. That's selfishness has nothing to do with it, I don't feel.
Well, I'm just glad that I got by without getting killed by pneumonia, because the doctor. When I had pneumonia, and the doctor turned to me and said, in front of my wife, she says to me, "There's every reason to believe that you'll pull through." And I took what little breath I could manage, and I said, "Don't tell me that. Tell her that. Tell me I'm going to be fine. If I die, I won't hold it against you." So, but yes, but that was the bad part of having pneumonia, is that it left me with allergies. The good part about having pneumonia is I can recognize pneumonia when it comes, and it came at me 2 more times in my life, and I was able to nip it in the bud real fast. It's not fun. So anyway, enough about my nose. What's going on with you? What would you like me to look at?
Okay. I'm actually, Elliot, I'm looking for information on my biological father.
Okay. What do you want? You want like a personality description, or what are you looking for precisely? This sounds like the kind of thing that we take a real in-depth look, like off the air. But what would you like to look at the moment about it?
Well, actually, I don't really know who he is, and I want to know, like, basically, did he know about me? Did he have another family? Was he in a long-term relationship with my mother, or was it just something that happened and maybe he didn't know about me? Just things like that. I don't know if you can do that on the air or not.
Well, there are things I can do. For instance, and this is fascinating. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 6 cards here.
Okay.
Every one of them. Are you familiar with tarot?
A little bit, not real familiar.
Okay, there are wands, there are cups, there are coins, and there are swords, and each represents other things. Each represents a phase of life. All of the cards I got for you for this reading, every card I have is a sword card.
Oh boy!
Now beyond
is that a good thing?
it can be good and it can be not so good. And I'm telling you that you got a mixture here. You have 2 of the saddest cards in the deck are here. I'm taking a look at this person, remotely. We're going to do a little spy act here on this person.
Okay.
What I'm seeing is an overwhelmingly sad person. This was the events surrounding your birth and the relationship out of which you came was a sad one. It was almost overwhelming, and I'm seeing, and I'm just looking at his point of view. I mean, this could be wrong. You know what I mean? This could just be about how he sees it. But it was much trouble. It was painful. It was hurting. It was just sorrow, and he didn't know what to do about it. Is what I'm seeing. Now, there's an interesting card here. In the middle of all this, though, I have the card of the Hierophant, which indicates marriage. So there was a marriage potential there. Or there could have been a marriage. But there's a Justice card here, which also has a sword on it, oddly enough. See, swords are the predominant theme here for some reason. We're looking at an unhappy person, a person who was not happy in many, many, many ways. And that's just the bare part that I see.
Okay. Could he have been a close familial relative to my mother?
Who is the she you're referring to? Because I'm looking at. No, I mean I'm looking at the. What I'm looking at is the person who would be your biological father, and I'm seeing that there was a great deal of sadness in that person's life. I'm not getting any indication of any other relationship except that there was a possibility of marriage that may or may not have been done. But see,
I don't really have any clue.
Here are more sword cards. I'm just seeing that there was just. It did not look like a very healthy, happy relationship. And again, I'm only looking at his point of view, what I'm seeing. And it was just very sad, all around sadness. Now that I don't know if that helps you or not, but that's about all I can see at the moment. Because I'm shuffling them and doing it again, and I'm getting the same cards.
I see. Yeah, I just again, I don't know who he is. I don't even know if he's still living. I'm presuming he is not, given my age and I was born in '54, so I seriously doubt that he's still alive.
Sure.
Is there any? I mean, I don't know. I just wondered if he knew about me, and again,
I'm getting.
if he had a.
I'm getting indications that he didn't. I'll tell you why. Yes, I'll tell you why. Because you asked this a moment ago, and I pulled out a card, and then I shuffled them, and I got the same card again. And this card is a sword card again, but the person in the card is blindfolded. So I'm pretty comfortable with the idea that he didn't particularly know. Now I have the death card here, so that may be in response to what you said about him no longer being living.
I don't know, because I don't know who he is. And
yeah, I know.
My mother told me it was someone else, and that turned out not to be who it was.
Well,
Through
there's
DNA.
family secrets for you. Yeah.
That's what happens when you. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, look, I came from a family that was very secretive also. I mean, I don't even know if half my family knows my mother's actual name, which, this is a very eerie kind of thing. Secrets are not my favorite thing, if you know what I mean.
No,
well,
so you're saying he didn't. Okay.
My indication is that it's a strong possibility that he didn't know. Because I'm getting that person, I got it twice, the blindfolded person, in response to you saying that. So I'm taking that as a direct answer.
Okay. Can you give me kind of any characteristics, like physical characteristics?
No, that I couldn't do.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Let me try this, because try this. There are interesting people. Let's try on the assumption that the person has probably passed away. There are people at Ask One Radio who specialize in mediumship, which I don't. I can do it with the tarot is clear, and it gives me some messages. But there are people who are really expert at it at Ask One Radio. See if you can find somebody in the lineup who appeals to you, who does that. Okay?
Okay, because see, I had originally requested, not that I have anything against you, because I don't even know you, but I had originally requested someone else, and it was a female, and that's who I originally requested. So I think you have to wait for like a week or something before you ask for another reading.
Yeah, it should. The thing is that, because it's a very difficult thing to try to get the person you want, and I understand that a lot of people who get me don't have a clue who I am, but I hope I win them over a little bit. But yeah, I think...
what you told me is interesting, and I kind of felt like he didn't know. I'm feeling a lot of things, but and then my mother just passed too, and my mother wasn't, again, the most truthful, and she did have her secrets, and
the thing. Let me do this. The thing about calls here, and we only have a few minutes for each call anyway. Calls do go in the order in which they're received, so it's kind of a luck of the draw. But you can find, if you find somebody and you listen to their shows, and that person interests you, almost everybody here does work off the air. And this is a large order you're talking about. So I think it might be worth your while to contact one of these people and see about a private reading off the air. Would take about a half hour or so, where they could just focus on you. Okay?
Okay. All right.
Because doing it on the air may not be the way to go, because this is a very complex thing you're looking for.
I know that. And
so check them out. And let me tell you one thing, you can at least be sure of one thing, that if you get the person through Ask One Radio, that you're going to get an honest reading here and a straightforward person who cares about what you're doing. Because if they don't, nobody on Ask One Radio is the kind of person who doesn't care. So that's the thing. I mean, there are places where there's people who are just trying to hustle you in and out for the money. I mean, we all know that. Same thing goes if you're buying a car. Let's face it. But you really can put yourself in the hands of the people here, because first of all, you know where to find them, and secondly, they care. So give it a shot, okay?
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Elliot. Good luck selling your books. I was listening to your book.
Thanks.
So.
Thanks. You can find the books at mojoacademy.org. There's always something there that'll help somebody. Okay. Thanks a lot. It's been great talking to you. And I think you're going to find what you're looking for. I really do. Thanks for calling.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye now. And let's go to Jillian in New Jersey. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
Good.
Good. Well, let's see if we can make that a little better. What can I look at for you?
I'm
Jill?
kind of.
Oh, there you are.
I'm kind of looking into any messages from my mom. She passed away 3 years ago unexpectedly, and we're still in the process of figuring out things of what could have happened, and I just felt her around, like a lot around me in the beginning, and I haven't, and I just needed some any guidance or anything you can help me.
Well, the first, as you're talking, I pull out the card, which is the Temperance card, and that shows a big, nice, happy angel who helps balance life and helps things get into balance. So that's good. That's a good sign there. This is just remarkable, because this happened in almost every reading I do, which concerns a person who has passed, and to see if there's a message, I get this card, which is the Sun, which is a card of health and healing and growth and happiness. So if the message is saying, I'm here, I'm doing fine, and you'll be fine too, is definitely the message here. The Temperance card shows me that this angel is going to help bring you balance back. You're feeling unbalanced ever since it happened. It's only been 3 years, right? That's you're talking about a lifetime together, and then 3 years, that's nothing, right? So you're still feeling. You're still feeling the loss, and you probably always will, to some degree, feel that loss. That's the card here. That's the Three of Swords, which is a heart pierced by swords, and the heart is crying. So that's the pain, and yet the message is, I'm here, and I'm here, and I'm healing and growing, and spiritually, I'm balanced. You'll be balanced. It's a mixture. It's the usual. This is the thing that almost every one of these readings comes out this way. There are 2 sad cards here and 2 cards of balance and joy and happiness and healing. So that's the message. The message is, yes, we're both very sad about this. That's the duality, the 2 cards. And we're both going to grow through this, is the answer. Okay?
Okay.
So it's a very simple message here, which is that there's a combination of pain, and yet there's growth and happiness. Obviously, nobody's happy about all of the suffering, but there's healing is a more precise word for what that card means. In fact, here's the Ten of Cups, which shows a happy family and a rainbow and joy. So I don't think you're alone. I really don't. I do think that you're being watched over at this point, whether you feel it or not. Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to light a white candle for you to send you positive energy at the end of the show, because that could help the spirit contact. And let me know if you hear anything, if you feel anything change. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye now. Let's shuffle up the cards. These are very strange readings. When I started doing them, I couldn't understand why I keep getting the saddest cards in the deck and the happiest cards in the deck, and that still happens. I remember the first time, I never even tried to do a reading like this until somebody at Ask One Radio here asked me to do it. And ever since then, I've been doing them, and it's always the same. It's always the same. One time it was different, actually, and that was a very, very personal and painful message, so that I told the person that I would rather tell you off the air. And we talked in private about it a day later. But generally, these afterlife readings go the same way, which is that sometimes they'll show a person who passed away under really horrible circumstances. But that's immediately followed by cards of healing and health and growth. You see, this is very odd how that it always works out that way, except for that one time I mentioned. It's almost as if the spirit message is that it's okay, that this is part of life. This happened to me. There's really nothing we can do about it at this. We're all going to face that journey. That's for sure. I'm not exactly thrilled by it, but who knows, when I get to be a touch older, perhaps, maybe I'll be ready for it. I don't know. I mean, it's we can all agree that there are people taken too soon from us. Sometimes there are people in our lives I've known people in their 90s, and they left a big gap. You can enjoy that you were with them, but still, that's how it goes. Let's see if we can get another call in. That's how it goes. Isn't that very surprising, right? Let's see. Let me see if I can. We have one more call here. Juliet in England is here. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, how are you today?
Not brilliant, but it's just one of them things, isn't it?
Yeah. So what would you like to look at? I've got a couple of minutes.
Okay, then. Can you have a look at my spirituality?
Well, let's see. I think you should know something about it, but what would you like to know about your spirituality? I've got here. Well, I got here the Strength card. You're a very strong person. The Seven of Rods. You're a person who can sweep away adversity. The Ten of Cups. You're a person who can enjoy happiness. The Four of Swords shows me that you're able to take time out for yourself. Do you meditate?
Yes, I do.
Well, there's that card. That's what that is. The Hierophant is a card of religious authority. So then religion and spirituality go hand in glove. So that's there. And there's the Magician, that you're a person who can take power, spiritual power from above, and apply it here practically down on the earth. Are you a spiritual worker?
Yes, I am.
Oh, see, that's the card of the spiritual workers. That's why I asked you that, because you can translate. You can translate that into earthly power, and you do very well at it. That's what I'm seeing. Let me ask you this: are you shy about getting paid for doing spiritual work?
You know what? It's funny you're talking about that, because I'm in between regarding work with something like that. Yeah, funny you're saying that. Yeah.
Okay, because I mean, there are a lot of people who think that you shouldn't get paid for doing this kind of stuff, and I can only quote a great spiritual writer who long ago pointed out that there's such a thing as the spiritual economy, and that if you're worth your labor, you're worth your keep. So don't be shy about charging. Don't charge an arm and a leg. Keep the prices fair. But you have every right to ask for payment for what you're doing, because you put a lot of yourself into it. And here's the page of coins, and that's the appearance of money is strange. So that's why I asked that, is because I saw cards of reluctance there.
Yeah. Can I ask a question?
You have to go quickly because I'm almost out of time. I got about a minute left.
Okay, sorry. Regarding my relationship.
I see that there's a relationship that is either just recently ended or is about to end, and something new will be coming. Now, I hate to leave you on that note. It'll be good. It's the Ace of Cups, so that's a good one. But I've got to run now, okay? So thanks a lot for calling.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Elliot.
Bye-bye
Thank
now.
you. Bye.
And that's it, folks. That's it. Another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, show 72,842,963, or something like that. So let me just wrap it up a little bit by saying that I'll be back next week, of course, at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific. You can find me on social media at Reverend Elliot's Tarot Consulting page at Facebook. I have a Twitter page, which about 3 people pay attention to. I'm not big on Twitter because I don't want to get into political arguments just to get clicks. What else is there? I'm on MeWe, which always sounds to me like an annoyed French person, but it's a different kind of social media. It's have a slight presence there, but mostly I've got loads and loads of people, nice people, kind people. You'll meet people with the same interests as you at Reverend Elliot's Tarot Consulting page at Facebook. Give that a shot. If you want a reading off the air, or if you want to just contact me, you can get to me at asktarot@earthlink.net. Ask Tarot, ASKTAROT, at earthlink.net. Be sure to check out mojoacademy.org for the best in occult books and audio and video. Yes, video. And magic-works.com is my main website, magick-works.com. I'll be back next week. See you then. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, Reverend Elliot, coming to you live tonight from the rather frigid city of New York. Now, there are no frigid cities. There are just clumsy men, right? That's the old saying. Now, it's cold here again. I don't know why. It was like 70 degrees a few days ago. So now it's cold again. But hey, we're coming into March. We're getting into Lent now. We're getting Mardi Gras. Is that over now? Have enough people been shot? Is Mardi Gras officially over? I have no idea. I used to want to go to Mardi Gras, but, you know, for some reason I don't do much traveling. I'm a typical New Yorker. When I travel, no matter where I go, all I run into are New Yorkers. So I just gave up on it. I mean, the idea, I used to hang around in a bar here on 57th Street. And I went to a bar in L.A., and I saw the same people. I literally saw the same people, the same exact people. And the bar on 57th Street was called Kennedy's, and they all looked and said, "Oh, welcome to Kennedy's West." You know, it was the damnedest thing. I mean, I can't. There's no. I went to Atlantic City one time. I was a writer on a show, playing at the Trump Plaza, and I said to that guy, I said, "Mr. Trump, you're going places." That the whole idea that I spoke to him through my lawyers, but that's a whole other story. And what did I see in Atlantic City on the boardwalk? People from New York, you know, people I knew from New York, and I'm so tired. To me, of when I the times I've traveled, I associate it with one expression: "What are you doing here?" That's That's it. It's like not going anywhere. What is the point of traveling if I see the same people wherever I go? I think it's some kind of conspiracy. I don't know. But we are here to discuss the deeper spiritual things in life, the mystical things, the things that the tarot can show us. Now, there are limitations. And for instance, there are things that the tarot cannot show. And that would be, for instance, the most profound mystery of all. And when I shuffle off this mortal coil, and I have a chance to interrogate the Almighty, who theoretically knows who I am, but you never know. You didn't used to be bald. That's what I'm expecting the Almighty to say when he or it looks at me. But I do have a few questions about life on Earth. There are a few mysteries that I've never been able to work through. Profound spiritual things like, why can I eat a half pound of chocolate and gain 12 pounds? How does that work? Doesn't physics call that impossible? And yet there it is. Half pound of chocolate. Next thing you know, the buttons are busting on my shirt. No. Then I have to spend a whole bunch of weeks eating watercress. How did that happen? I know it's just as natural to lose weight as it is to gain weight, but I assure you one is more pleasurable than the other. The results are better with the unpleasurable one, but it's not as much fun. And as I get older, I find that I can do fewer and fewer things that were fun in my youth. For instance, I've abandoned cigarettes. I did that long ago. Man, I abandoned cigarettes partly because of something a doctor told me. I used to smoke a couple of packs of non-filtered cigarettes a day. My voice was very high before that, and he was examining my chest X-rays, and he says, "Well, from what I see here, you better give up smoking now." And of course, the blood drained from my face. And I said, "What do you see, Doc?" And he said, "Nothing. That's why you should stop now. You dodged a bullet." And so there it goes. That was the way it used to be. I had the legendary privilege of holding the record among New York City comedy clubs for drinking the most martinis in a single night. Well, just looking at one now is going to wipe me out for a few days. Yeah, this getting old thing isn't all it's cracked up to be. But like they say, it beats the alternative. One of the things I've been meaning to talk about, and I haven't gotten around to, and it plays a very important part in the thing we're going to do tonight, which is look through tarot cards to see what's going on in our lives, is the word trust. Obviously, there are people who trust me because they will call me. They'll pay me at times to look at the future, to look at not even the future, but the present. That's the other thing we're so accustomed to looking at tarot cards to see the future, but we can use them to see what's going on in our lives now, sort of like an espionage thing. If you suspect trouble at work being made by somebody, we can look at that person and see what that person is doing. If you want to know what's going on with someone in your life that you don't particularly trust 100%, and let me tell you, a lot of times people are pleasantly surprised by what the cards show. You can do that too. But trust is the important thing. And I've been spending a lot of time thinking about that because I think it's safe to say, especially over the past couple of years, where the stories have gone back and forth, that trust, the trust of the people in certain governmental institutions is at an all-time low. I mean, when the general public's response to a warning concerning a deadly disease is to laugh, then you know that there's a communications and a trust issue. We just saw, and like I said, I don't hold anything against people for what they did at the beginning of this outbreak of disease, because it was a novel disease. It was called novel coronavirus, meaning nobody ever had the virus before, so chances are they didn't know how to handle it particularly well, but it simmered down. But there are some people who won't let go, especially the fear. This is a topic I get into a lot. It's fear. But the opposite of fear, it may be opposite, or let's say shackled to it, is trust. The studies are coming in again saying what the New England Journal of Medicine said in February of 2020, that these cloth face masks don't do anything to prevent the disease. They just don't. But you see, it's taken on the aspect of religion now, and that is a sacrament. And there are people who will not let go. And fine, you want to wear a mask, go for it. But if somebody came out and told you that they do work and they do prevent illness, would you trust that? Would you believe it? Because that's what we were told. We were told for years. They don't work, they do work. They don't work, 2 work, 3 work. They don't work. Well, the results are in. They didn't do anything. They didn't stop anything. And of course, that was from the beginning. That's what they knew. So why it was done, nobody knows. But it was a sort of a mania, and it took hold. And to me, the most bizarre thing about it was I remember a magazine that had a headline: the anti-vaxxers have a new conspiracy theory called natural immunity. Well, folks, natural immunity is that's how our bodies work. It's normal. In fact, when you lose your acquired immunity, you're in big trouble. That led to one of the funniest things. Well, to other people, I didn't find it amusing. But this is, talk about aging, right? So I go to the doctor about 1.5 years ago, and I'm asked a certain question about, which I'm not going to ask the question now, nor am I going to answer it. But I said to the doctor, I had measles in 1964, and measles is the most contagious virus we've got going on the planet. And I've never caught it again since then because I trust my immune system. And she looked at me and said, "You actually had measles?" As if I'd said I had wooden teeth or something. It was just, you actually were treated with leeches? I felt so old at that point. You actually had, I realized this doctor had never encountered a person who had measles. Well, there you go. So That's a matter of trust. We had, for instance, the head of the Centers for Disease Control issued an apology, saying that she had done things very wrong, but of course that didn't include a resignation. So, do you trust her? And I wanted to, and I've been thinking about this for the last couple of years, because that's the kind of compulsiveness I've got, which is I like to run things down to the root. And I think I found the moment at which the population not only lost trust in the government, but lost trust in news media. Remember, we used to trust the news in this country. Hey, look, it was in the Times, man. That's what people would say. The equivalent today is, well, you could Google it, which is the kind of thing that makes me just want to slap somebody. You could Google it. You could Google it. That just means I've lost the argument. And the argument is always an interesting thing, because I never can tell the difference. I think I'm in a conversation, and it turns out I'm in an argument. One of those, we've all had those. And when it ends with, well, you can Google it, that should be the ending, because then you just turn and walk away. You've been there, done that, goodbye. But we had faith. I knew people who had such faith in the news that they figured that if it was in the news and in newspapers, it had to be true, because it was illegal to print stuff that wasn't true. I know many people who believe that. And to this day, they believe, for instance, that you can only print truth in a newspaper. Well, of course, the Supreme Court has upheld lying as a protected form of speech. This goes back to a case that involved the critic Rex Reed and Joan Hackett, the actress who was in Support Your Local Sheriff. She was a cabaret singer also here in New York, and Rex Reed wrote a devastating review of her, and he criticized her choice of sequence of songs. And she had absolute proof, and she sued him, and had absolute proof that she brought into court that he lied, that the sequence of songs that he criticized her for was not what she had used. And the judge said it didn't matter. It was creative license. Well, that's a fascinating one, because that means you can lie in a newspaper. But even that was after what I have in mind. And that is a little something, 27 books that the government put out in 1964 called the Warren Commission Report. And I date it to that, because almost immediately upon issuing the Warren Commission Report, there was a PR blitz to get you to believe everything that was in it unquestioningly. A paperback book was put out, and at the beginning of the paperback book, the New York Times told you what to think about it. The Sunday that the report was made public, NBC News and CBS News came out with full TV documentaries explaining it, which is impossible. How did they know what was in it that far in advance that they could create a show and do all of that? Well, people started looking askance at that. And then people started buying all 27 volumes of the report and noticed certain things that were bizarre, like the sequence of photographs of the president being assassinated, which is what the Warren Commission was investigating. They were run out of sequence to prove a point, which, it's a little too gruesome to go into now. But they then said, oh, that was just an unavoidable typographical printing mistake. And then they found out that there were eyewitnesses on the ground, who said things differently than were quoted in the other people in the books. And a lawyer by the name of Mark Lane wrote a book called Rush to Judgment. And that opened the floodgates. And from there on in, we had the movie JFK, we had the movie Executive Action, we had, I can't even count the books showing the mistakes in that report. And then there's the magic single bullet theory. And I'm not going into this or that. I'm not arguing who did it. You know what I mean? Because that's not as important to me as the fact that people started to rip it to shreds and found real problems with this. And now, being contrarian about news events is actually an industry. I used to. I have a book around here somewhere from a publishing company that was put out of business by the government, believe it or not, because they wrote books about how to make silencers for guns and how to make a switchblade and things that people frowned upon. And one of the books they had was how to spot a scam so that you don't get scammed, which is a noble thing until you read the book and realize that it's a handbook on how to run a scam. And one of the most profitable scams that they had in the book was to find a prominent event in history, in recent history, and come up with an alternate theory for it and push it like hell. And that's become the whole thing. That's why nobody trusts media now. And we've been lied to so deliberately and so often. How can we trust them? I mean, would you trust somebody who's constantly lying to you? Now that links to fear, which the two big things here, because I maintain, and nobody's ever been able to convince me otherwise, although I certainly welcome the discussion, we only lie to people we're afraid of. That's a flat out statement, and I say it covers every lie there is. Well, suppose the person says, well, does this dress make me look fat? What are you going to say? You're going to lie. You said, yeah, of course you're going to lie. You're going to be polite, and you're going to call it a lie. But at the heart, you're afraid of what's going to happen if you tell the truth. Yeah, boy, you look like a porker there. You don't have to be that blunt, but we do. And I'm speaking as a person who, as I told you, can eat half a pound of chocolate and gain 12 pounds. So I'm very weight conscious myself. But the thing is that if you're lying to spare somebody's feelings, then you're afraid of what's going to happen if you upset that person's feelings. And I just believe in honesty. I believe in truth. I would rather demur than lie. I'm not into lying. Well, of course, how do you know I'm telling the truth about that? There you go. See, because trust is at an all-time low. And I'm telling you, I put this all back to those books. I wrote an article about this at mojoacademy.org. You see, that's one of the things. It's really, really been on my mind. Shuffling up the tarot cards here. I haven't forgotten why we're here. We're here to read the tarot cards. If you go to mojoacademy.org and look for the link at the top of the page, which is at the bottom of the section of links, which is called the Warren Commission Report. You take a look at that and you'll see what I mean. I'm not arguing who did it. I'm not saying this or that is right or wrong. I'm not going to direct you to see anything by Oliver Stone. But I'm just telling you that I think that was a seminal moment in American history when the American people learned that the government will lie to you and lie to your face and then deny that they're lying to you, because there is patent nonsense in that report. In fact, the whole thing has reached an apotheosis of ridiculousness because a lot of it is based on the Zapruder film, which recorded the assassination, which I didn't include in the website because it's too gruesome. But you all know where to see it if you want to, I suppose. But Dan Rather, the CBS guy, you'll read about him if you go to mojoacademy.org and look at the Warren Commission thing. He did something unforgivable, and he still hasn't accounted for why he did it. But he described, there was a time when he was the only journalist who had seen the Zapruder film, and he lied about what he saw. Or he was a dreadfully bad reporter. When we all got to see that film, when it was leaked to ABC TV and it was run at a late night show by Geraldo Rivera, then people saw exactly what happened. And immediately Congress convened hearings because that threw it all into doubt. And that's all I'm concerned about is the doubt, the mistrust. You can't get that back from people. If I were to read the cards and lie to people, and they knew I lied to them, and then I said to them, well, I did it for your own good. That's it. Like that. I'm gone. I'm finished. I'm washed up. Nobody would trust me, and I wouldn't even dare to ask for trust under situations like that. Honesty, as they say, is the best policy. And I don't believe that we're dealing with a real problem of cynicism now because people lie. People expect to be lied to by media by certain people who pretend to be doctors when they've been bureaucrats for 50 years. And they get and they admit, I mean, this guy lied. This is the person we're talking about who said, oh, there's no reason to get a mask. Masks during an outbreak don't work. And then he said, well, I only said that so that people wouldn't go out and buy masks, which is a noble way of saying, I lied to you and I lied for a good cause. You don't do that anymore. You can't trust a person who lies to you like that and then lies again and again and again. But people are used to it. And I think that all stems back to the September of 1964, when the 27 volumes of the Warren Report were issued, and we were lied to. The public was very definitely lied to. The facts were stretched to fit a narrative. Facts were deleted. If you see the movie, it's on YouTube, Rush to Judgment. And again, I'm not saying one way or the other about who did it. You can see people telling their story. You can even see a film clip, I don't know if it's in that movie, of Abraham Zapruder, who accurately and 100% completely accurately describes the movie that he shot, and it's done about an hour after he did it, not even an hour. He was yanked into a TV studio. He went to a TV studio to see if they could process the film. He didn't know that Kodachrome can only be processed at that time by Kodak. But they sat him down and interviewed him, and that was the WFAA interview, and he told exactly what happened. And in the 1970s, when the film was shown to people, they saw that he was completely right. But we were told something different by the government for our own protection. Why? Do you like being treated like a baby and lied to? That's the problem. So it's about trust. And I find it almost very gratifying that people trust me, because I know the price of trust. I know that you're putting it all on the line when you trust a person, and you have a lot of guts, those of you who call in to programs here on Ask One Radio, because you're talking about your personal life in front of loads and loads of people, and you trust us all. You trust the listeners, and you trust the show hosts, and nobody hurts you. We have your best interest at heart, and we try to be completely helpful is the main thing. And I know that everybody here is as well. The whole thing is don't harm anyone, don't hurt anyone. I've seen too many people who use the cards to hurt people, and it's awful what you can do to people. And that kind of karma is not something that you want to have waiting for you in the wings, folks. So this is a long way of saying, since I've been dealing with this issue of trust, and I wrote that webpage at mojoacademy.org. I really appreciate the trust that you've put in me for the last 10, 11 years, and the trust that you're going to demonstrate today when you put your life in my hands and ask me to look at things. And the people who contact me off the air and get private readings and repeat readings because you do trust me. And I've never come out and just said how I value that and honor that. And I'm sure that I'm speaking for everybody who does a show here on Ask One Radio, that we all absolutely honor and appreciate and are humbled by the trust that you put in us every time you call, every time you listen, because you're a very important part of what we do here. And my hat's off to you. So, look, let's just shuffle up the cards again. Well, they're pretty well shuffled now. But let's get into the readings now that I've unburdened that. But I think it's an important issue, this whole thing about trust, because it's a two-way street. You know, we trust that you're going to be straight with us, and you definitely trust that we're going to be straight with you. And there's no tricks. We don't do anything melodramatic. We just tell you what we see. So let's ring a bell 3 times now to declare sacred space, and then we'll pull the curtain back on the magical window for April in Pleasant View City, Utah. Hi, April. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi. How are you tonight, April?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing much better than I thought I would, because I found the secret of life, which is take a nap in the afternoon. So
that would be nice.
I know there's been times in my life when I couldn't do it. There's been times in my life where I was working 2, 3 jobs, and it was so hectic that a guy stopped me in the middle of the street at noon in New York here and wanted to know if I had the correct time. And I said, yeah. I looked at my watch and I said midnight, when I saw that it was noon. So yeah, we've
Oh,
all been
goodness.
through those busy phases. What can I look at for you tonight, April?
I'm just kind of looking at what's out there in the world for me. I've had a lot of hardship and heartache lately, and I just kind of wanted to see what would come through for me.
Well, there's good news here. Let me put it that way. There is good news here. The good news comes in several packages here. It's emotional, it's financial, and it involves work. Have you been looking for new work?
Actually have a new job that I just started a couple months ago.
Okay, well, that's the card that I've got here. It's the Ace of Rods. That's about new work, new career. And then I have the Eight of Coins, which is about a person who has a new job and is working diligently at it and will be rewarded. Because that's also here is the Six of Coins, which is about getting money. So it's more lucrative than what you were doing before, or will be, according to this.
It is,
Now, those are three cards that relate to work and money. Two of them are coins, and one is rod. That's why I asked you about a new job. These next three cards are all about your emotional well-being, and they're pretty good. The Ace of Cups here tells me that you're at the beginning of a new phase of opening up, good things happening to you emotionally in terms of happiness and joy, well-being, romance, things like that, because you're doing something about it. The Eight of Cups is here, and that's a cup card, so it's dealing with the heart. The Eight of Cups is about a person who is moving away from things in her life that are not working and moving towards things that are working. And that is a very positive action, and that's why all new things good are coming your way. The Four of Cups is here, which tells me that you're going to be getting something, an offer. It could be a friendship, it could be a romance, it could be a romantic involvement that you're already in, reaching a new level. The thing is that it's going to come and it's going to take you a bit by surprise, but it's there and it's happening. You just don't see it yet. So money, work, and emotional well-being are all working in your favor. And I'm sorry that we had a little technical glitch there, but we're going to blame the phone company on that one. Can you do that still? There is no such thing as the phone company anymore, right? Geez, that shows you how old I am. Like when the president said you should keep a record player on at night, that made sense to me. To me, the record player I have here, I have to use a crank to wind it up to get it playing. So there you go. I'm more old-fashioned than that. We'll shuffle up the cards now. Michelle in Benton, Wisconsin is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hello.
Hi, Michelle. How are you tonight?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well. What can I look at for you?
I am open to anything, actually.
Well, let's see. I am now going to just put my hand on the cards and cut them and see what I get. Oh, okay. That's interesting. I have two cards here, and it's kind of interesting. I hesitate to ask this question because it leads into the kind of thing that people who use tarot as a scheme will do. But this is the Seven of Swords is about somebody who's kind of like sneaking around behind the scenes and is causing some trouble in your life. Do you get the feeling that that's going on?
No, not really.
Okay, so let's just say that it might be like a warning that there's somebody out there who doesn't have your best interest at heart. But I don't think it's going to matter because that's followed by the Star, which is a card of hope and optimism. And there's a card, the Justice card, which means that you will get justice if somebody tries to do wrong to you. Just that there's somebody out there who you might want to be a little leery of. I'm not going to go as far as to say that they're creating a problem for you now. I just see that there's somebody who's a potential troublemaker out there, but it's not going to work. I've got the Ten of Cups here, which is great happiness. Yeah, it's not going to work at all. You'll be fine. In fact, you're strong enough to handle it. I have the Strength card here. Aside from that, everything is happy. There's justice here, which generally means that there's something that you deserve that you're going to be getting, and it's not like you're going to get what's coming to you in a bad sense. It's a good one. Because the Ten of Cups is here. The cards following that are good. That's complete happiness, the Ten of Cups and joy. No, I'm getting lots of happy stuff here for you. The Empress here is a person who creates things and makes things happen. You're looking fine. You know, if there's anything specific you want to
I'm
look
ready
at.
for a change.
Yeah. Well, you'll make it happen. Let's see what I have here.
Well, deal.
Let's see what we get in terms of change coming. Okay. Well, now you see, this is interesting. I got that card again, the Five of Swords, which is a card about somebody who's going to try to make some trouble in your life. But like I said, don't worry about it. Okay. The fact that it came up twice is interesting. It's just like it's saying, don't blow me off. But trust the cards here. They're saying that you're going to be fine. You really, you're getting the same cards again, and you heard me shuffle them. That's very funny. The stars here, that's hope and optimism and good things coming. No, I see nothing but good stuff coming your way. Here's the Four of Rods, happiness and home. There's cards that indicate that here's the tower struck by lightning, and that's a card of change. There's good money cards here. You got a very dull, happy future here that I see. You know, nothing bad at all. You know something. This is why it's interesting that there's somebody you're going to do very well. Okay, in terms of things you want in life. There's a period of change coming, and it's going to be very good for you. That's what I'm seeing here. You're going to be putting bad stuff that you don't like behind you, and you're going to move forward and get things done. Now, that to me explains that Five of Swords card, because when we start improving ourselves and when we start getting things that other people don't have, somebody's going to be dissatisfied and unhappy about it. But because I found that the surest way to lose friends is to improve yourself and change. You know, you're so different now. What happened to you? You're not so much fun anymore. You know, but you'll get new friends. But you're going to be fine. I got the Four of Rods, happy home again. There's that card again, the Five of Swords. That's 3 times. So it's not, like I said, it's nothing to be worried about. I want you to be I want you
keep my eye open.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a warning that as you start changing for the better and getting things that you want, somebody around you is going to start being envious and unsatisfied and dissatisfied, and that's their problem. That's not your problem. Okay, and it's not going to hurt you.
Agree.
Yeah, that person isn't going to hurt you. Let me look at that person. Okay. Okay. See, this is interesting. I'm looking that the cards for you are good. The Nine of Cups, that's a card of being very satisfied in life. Really satisfied in life. The Sun, which is a card of health and healing and growth and happiness. And when I look at that person, I have the Five of Coins, which is a card about loss and being unhappy. I have the Ten of Rods, which is about a person who feels overburdened and overworked. I have the Devil card, which is about a person who is very controlling and very. And there's the card again. There's the Five of Swords again. And so you know what it is? You're looking at a classic grouch. That's all. So when this person shows up, it isn't going to hurt you at all, because you're going to be you look at the Ten of Cups sometime. I mean, the Ten of Cups, the Nine of Cups. That shows a very happy, well-fed, contented, smiling person. In fact, the only warning that comes, this is interesting in light of this other card that I've got, the only warning that comes with the Nine of Cups is that some people may be envious of what you have. And let me tell you, that's this other person. And it's that person's problem, not yours. They're not going to hurt you at all. They're going to be too busy feeling sorry for themselves for not having what you've got, when they could just as easily get what it's within anybody's power. I'll tell you a story about that, because it has happened several times to me. But my wife and I had a friend who was a theater major at a very impressive college, and theater was his life. And I wasn't a theater major, and theater wasn't my life. And some people who were familiar with me thought that I would be the perfect person to write a play that they were producing. And I said, okay, fine. And we signed the contracts and got the job. And my wife mentioned it to this friend casually. And he was upset. He was furious. Well, you don't have any training in writing a play. And I said, well, I don't care. They're the professionals. They're the ones who think that I can do it. So who am I to say no? And it paid me very well, but you know something? We have this was back in the 90s. We haven't spoken or heard from him since then. And that's the kind of person, that's what I'm talking about here. I'm not talking about.
Hey, we don't need those people anyhow. We don't need those kind of people.
let them take themselves out of our life, because
I agree with that.
Let's forget that, because that's what we're talking about, which is you're going to be doing very well, and it's going to be through your work, and nobody has a right to appropriate that for themselves, because it's not your responsibility to make them happy. And when you come down to it, you can't do that. That's one of the biggest mistakes I think people make anyway, which is to get into a relationship because they want to make somebody happy.
Right.
It's you're happy or you're not, and the key is, can you be miserable together? If you know what I mean. Look, I don't have to. I don't want to dwell on me here, but my wife and I've had the last few years have been pretty horrible, but we're fine. I mean, she had an accident that's pretty much.
You're going to have good with bad.
Right. We said for better or worse, right? She had an accident that's pretty much crippled her. I've lost the sight in one eye, and I'm not doing well in the other eye. These are things, but we're together, and we help each other, and we do what we can for each other, and we see the doctors when we need
Growing
to.
old together.
Yeah, exactly. But you see, this whole thing about the happiness, you're going to have it, and it's going to bother somebody. There's one person who it's going to bother, and you're right, that person is going to self-censor and take him or herself out of your life, and you don't need that person anyway.
I agree. How about my love life? When is that going to be?
Let's see. What have I got here?
Get rid of those bad.
Have you recently had a relationship that didn't work?
Yeah.
Because I've got a card here I've got two cards here that are very sad, and they tend to be about relationships. The Three of Swords shows a heart pierced by swords, and the Nine of Swords shows an unhappy person. But the next thing here I've got is the Ten of Cups, which is great happiness. And justice, the justice card again. So you're going to be fine. Something new is coming your way. I've got the Ace of Rods here. That's going to be new. I've got the Page of Cups. So there is going to be some romance coming your way. The Page of Cups especially says that. And that's not theoretical. The Page of Cups, the Ace of Cups would be more theoretical. The Page of Cups means it's here. So you're going to meet somebody, and it'll be good. Okay?
Oh, good. Okay, thank you.
You got a bright future here, and I'm sorry that this other person won't be willing or able to share it with you, but that's their loss, right? That's their loss, not yours. So,
yeah, I don't want them kind of people in here.
You got it.
I've had enough of that.
Yep. From what I see, yes, because there was a period of sadness here, but it's over, and there's good stuff coming. So enjoy it, because it's going to be very good. Oh, you don't need to try. You're going to be doing just fine. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thanks for calling. Bye-bye now. And you're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. This is me, Reverend Elliot, and the Magical Window is the tarot cards. Where is the tarot cards, or are the tarot cards? I'm mixing things here. The Magical Window is the tarot cards. That kind of makes sense. The Magical Window are the tarot. No, the Magical Window be the tarot cards. No, that doesn't. I'll just change the name of the darn show. What can I tell you? You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, the pompously named, meaningless named program, where we look through the magical window of the tarot so that we can see around the corner of life and see what's coming at us, to see what's happening, to see what's the word I'm looking for? To see what life holds for us. You see, this was a perfect example about not just looking at the future, but looking at the people around us this past call. It's sad. There is somebody there. That card came up 3 times in that reading. There was somebody in that person's life who is going to be a real sourpuss. And that's fine. You can't control that. There's nothing you can do. I suppose at certain points in life, I was the sourpuss. You know, I'm not going to cast the first stone, as they say. I'm sure there are loads of people who could tell you terrible stories about being involved with me. But, hey, you know, don't believe a word of them. Remember what I said about trust? You can trust me, baby. How many times would you really, does anybody really trust somebody who says you can trust me? Does anyone really do that? Is that a thing? Do people still say trust me on this? Or, I mean, outside of politicians, do politicians even say trust me? Because you know they don't mean what they're saying. I mean, we've become so inured to that. Just trust me. You know, if some politician kept his or her word, I think we'd all just collapse, or we'd declare a national holiday. I agree with something Christopher Hitchens once said. It was very profound. He doesn't trust. In fact, he did use the word trust. He doesn't trust people who run for office out of personal therapeutic reasons. For instance, there's somebody who recently ran for office because he said that if he could get this job, it would erase childhood trauma. Now, that's not very good reason to run for office, and it won't even be effective, because whatever you consider childhood trauma when you're over 60 years old, if you still got it, you ain't going to get rid of it by being elected to office. There are people who just feel, I promised my mommy I'd be president, you know, and I'm not letting my mommy down. That kind of stuff is pretty weird to hear from people in their 70s. You know what's even stranger to me is when I hear people in their 70s say, you know what we need is the adult in the room. We need an adult in the room. What kind of talk is that? Are you 12? Do you really, you be the adult in your own life. It's fun. I deal with people now and then who tell me what they really hate about life is not being a child anymore. And I said, what is it about being a child that appealed to you that you can't do now on steroids? You know, you have so much freedom now. As a child, you know, you had these people who were 9 feet tall, it looked like. People towering over you saying, you can't do that. Don't do this. Don't do that. This is wrong. Stop that. Sit up straight. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I was so eager to be an adult that when I was a little kid, I used to put talcum powder in my hair to make sure it was gray. See what I look like with gray hair. I have not regretted a moment of adultness. I've never said I want to go back to being a child, because all the fun I had as a kid I can still have, and there are other pleasures too. Sandra in Spring, Texas is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I am great. Beautiful. I was calling to see what does my life look like maybe the next 6 months, from career choice, finances, relationships, all that good stuff.
Okay, well, let's see what we got. Put a few cards out here. Well, this is coming up a lot with people. I've got several cards here that are aces, and aces are beginnings, and that's good. That's new. That's nice stuff. There's the Two of Coins is here. That doesn't indicate money troubles, but it indicates a person who knows how to handle money and can juggle money and you're good with making money work and stretching a dollar, and you can, you know, you're conscious of where your money goes. The next card is the Ace of Coins, which tells me that there's going to be more money coming your way. There's also the Ace of Cups, which tells me there's happiness coming your way. Well, one maybe usually brings the other. The Sun is here. That's a card of health and growth and happiness and joy. And the Seven of Rods is here, which is a person who can make difficulties just go away. You can wipe away whatever difficulties get in your way. And the Ten of Cups is here. That's a great card of happiness and joy. So I'm seeing good things coming your way. This looks like a very good period. New things are going to happen in terms of your emotional life and your financial life, and the new things that happen will be good. See, that's the thing I learned long ago when doing readings, and you learn this pretty darn fast, is when you tell people there's change coming, you better be able to quickly tell them whether it's good change or bad change. Because when you tell most people that change is coming, they say, great, is it good? Then it dawns on them. So I always look at the cards first. And yes, there's good stuff coming your way in terms of money. There's good stuff coming your way in terms of emotional well-being and happiness and joy. And any difficulties are going to be minor. You'll be able to sweep them away. I just see the message in this reading overall is happiness and joy. And that's what I see for the next few months coming. So that's good, huh?
Oh, wow. That sounds great to me. That sounds great. That sounds great. And I was listening to you earlier, and you were talking about how you went to the doctor and you were smoking your cigarettes, and you did non-filter. My dad smoked non-filter, so I'm sure he felt your pain.
Yeah. Well, I did it out of a silly thing. I worked for a marketing company, and I had made a mistake in one of the accounts, and I knew I was going to get chewed out at the next business meeting that we had at the office. And everybody in those days was smoking low tar cigarettes, like, Carlton and I don't remember the other names, but they were low tar cigarettes, and they were just, like cigarettes that were mild. And I got a pack of unfiltered Lucky Strikes, and I figured I'm gonna smoke these at the meeting just to intimidate them, and I did, and it startled them, and it started a love affair, which cost me my breath for a while. But I enjoyed it. But I got over. I know I had to quit. Getting older is not for kids. That's for sure. Well, you're heading for a great period of time. So I want to see if I can get another call in. But I'm looking at one more card here for you, and I see it's going to be Ace of Rods. So you had the Ace of Coins, Ace of Cups, and now Ace of Rods. New things are coming to you in terms of work, in terms of romance and emotions, and in terms of money. You're going to enter a new period of good things coming in your life. Okay?
Oh, all right. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. It's been great talking to you. Bye-bye now. And let's see if we can squeeze in Lindy in Melbourne. Hi, Lindy. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Oh, hi. How are you going?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
Very well. Very well. Afternoon over here.
Yeah, I know it's afternoon where you are. It's still it's late. It's early. It's late Wednesday night here, coming up to midnight. So what can I look at for you? Lindy, did we lose you? Uh-oh. Lindy. Let's see, I'll just shuffle up the cards so we'll be ready when the machinery brings Lindy back. This time travel, right? I'm actually here just before midnight speaking to somebody in tomorrow afternoon. So that's time travel, right? To remember, like I said, you can check out if you don't get, well, obviously the show is winding down, so if you didn't get a chance to get through tonight, you can drop me an email at asktarot@earthlink.net, and I'll be happy to pull a few cards for you on the house. And let's go to Lindy now. Lindy, you back?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I'm back, though.
So anyway, what can I look at for you now?
Well, I have just put my house on the market, so I'm wondering if you could tell me whether I should take the first offer I get, or whether I should, maybe hold out a bit.
Well, that's not the kind of thing that I particularly
like.
That's not the kind of thing I particularly like to do with cards. I'll tell you why. Because this is such a serious situation that I can't go that deep in it here. I can just tell you this.
You just give me a card, and we'll go with that.
Well, I'll tell you this, though. The cards I have here show that you're going to be very successful at selling the house. Okay? That may be an answer. See, I can't tell you what you should or shouldn't do in terms of offers and the people who are going to be contacting you, but I can tell you that I have the Ace of Rods, which is about business and career, and the World, which is success, and the Six of Rods, which is success. And I'm telling you, these are very successful and happy cards. So it looks to me that whatever decision you do, you're going to do very well with this sale.
Oh, that's good enough. Thank you.
Okay?
Yeah, that's great.
Great. So these are very positive cards. So you listen to listen to your own instincts, and check with the professionals and see what you get. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for calling.
And the move? Do you get anything about the move?
About the move?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you said the moon at first. Let's see. Well, I do see change coming for you. And I see changes. I have the Eight of Rods, so that means it's going to happen fairly fast. The Ten of Cups, that's great happiness. The Ace of Coins means you'll have money. Yeah, it looks like it looks very good. The change is coming. It's going to come soon, and you're going to do it with happiness and with money. So there you go. It's everything you want.
Thank you.
Okay,
yeah.
I've got to run. I'm up against the clock now. Gotta go.
Thanks for that. Bye.
Bye now. Well, we've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, the radio show that we're the holdout, right? I know. I'm going to go to video, but I'm a little bit leery of all that. I have so much fun doing this with you the way we are, that I suppose if I can rig this up the way I want to, we'll be doing it the same anyway. It's going to be, it'll be a little different, let's say, but it'll still just be us getting together every Wednesday to tackle life's mysteries. You heard these were all pretty good readings here. People are on a right track. And I told you, my theory, I've been telling you this for years now. My theory is that people get so many good readings because really horrible readings only happen in bad movies anyway. But we get good readings because the people who call are aware of the situations in their life, and they're asking for help, and they understand that they may need some help deciding some things, and they want as much information as possible. So you're already on your way towards success by doing that. So that's good. I mean, try doing a reading for somebody who says, I don't know what I want. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know why I'm reading for you then is the answer, right? So there you go. Well, we've come to the end, so I will remind you now that mojoacademy.org has an abundance of wonderful books and audio and video there that will change your life. I highly recommend the book Hunches. I haven't talked about that in a while. It's the best book I've ever seen about developing psychic abilities. And you can find that at mojoacademy.org. For the rest of the stuff that I do, it's magic-works.com, MAGIC-works.com. And there's 100 and something pages of information there on everything magical, and more coming all the time. So take a look there, and maybe I will hear from you off the air at asktarot@earthlink.net. Until next week, this is Reverend Elliot reminding you that time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Your Time to Shine with Julie Yeager-Walker. Julie Yeager-Walker. Live from Wings of Souls with Julie.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Your Time to Shine
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. Thank you so much for tuning in this evening. Always love having you here with me on a Thursday evening. So I hope that you're all doing well. I don't know about you, but it's been a little bit of a challenging week for me. I felt like the universe and everything happening in the cosmos, it was just pushing me out of my comfort zone more than I wanted it to be. So I don't know if you're feeling it right now, but all of everything that's going on is really pushing everybody to get going and get on their purpose. And as that goes, you do feel a little bit out of your comfort zone, or some of you may. For me, I was really feeling out of my comfort zone this week. So it was interesting today. I was finding the day very, very challenging. Beyond the fact that I have two sick dogs who are not feeling very well, and so up every hour on the hour for days on end. I feel like I have a newborn again. My husband and I taking shifts. Okay, it's your time. You got to take the dog out. Besides that, I was just going along with my work today, and I just felt this overwhelming feeling of, wow, I don't know if I can do this. I don't know that I'm cut out to do this. And I had to stop for a moment and go, maybe these feelings really are not mine. And there was a coworker there going through some hard times, and I'm thinking, oh, yep, I'm picking up on somebody else's feelings and somebody else's emotions. And so I had to sit for myself and clear that out, drop that out, return to sender, take a nice deep breath and breathe it in and let it go down into Mother Earth, however it is that you release all of that. So I was doing a lot of that today. It felt like the energy and everybody around me, I was having to clear all of that out so that I could function on my own, and I could only be responsible for me and my energy, right? And so it's so important to be in that space of awareness so that you can be in your own energy without being involved in somebody else's energy. And, with that, it's about being kind and gentle to yourself as well, right? And remembering that, even in hard times, it seems like maybe the universe is against you, or you don't understand why things are going on, and realizing that you have to take a step back and remember that the universe is working with you and for you, not against you or to you even, right? So as you're sitting in that space of being kind and gentle to yourself of whatever it is that you're going through, today, last week, this last month, whatever that looks like, and just remember that there's so much bigger things going on than you can even imagine yourself. Sometimes even more than I can imagine for what's going on with me. And so sometimes it just takes a moment to just take a step back and a deep breath. My husband always reminds me of that. Take a deep breath and just take a look at the situation and say, okay, what is it that I need to know about this situation right now? It may come to you in that moment, or it may come to you an hour later, or maybe it's the next day. But if you sit in that moment in understanding of what is it that I need to know about this situation, it will reveal itself to you. And, that's also about being able to release and let go and not have the need to control everything in your life, which, for me, that is a little bit harder. I am a perfectionist. My make and my model is being a perfectionist. And so releasing that control can sometimes be really, really difficult. And so it's a matter of just taking a deep breath and saying, okay, somebody has a bigger plan than I do, and then releasing it and letting go and let somebody else take the wheel and drive. And so, and understanding that whatever you're going through, whatever challenges are coming to you, remembering that you can handle this, that you can do this, right? There are things that come to us and you think, oh my gosh, I can't do this. Just like I was feeling today, I can't do this. This is not going to work for me, being in this kind of a situation. But you have to remember that you can do this. And this is the reason it was brought to you, is because you are able to do it and you are able to complete it. And not only are you able to complete it, but you are able to rise above it and be successful and be brilliant and a bright, shining light for all to see. And remember, in all of that, being gentle with yourself as you rise to the top. So being in that space and place of letting go and letting the universe take the reins so that they can go to work and make you that bright, shining light that you really, truly are. Good advice, even for me. So I hope that has been helpful for you this evening. Do remember to be careful, to take care of you, because everything out there that's going on this week and towards the end of the month is here to shake us up a little bit. So do be gentle, do be kind with yourself. You're going to get through this, and yes, you can do it. All right. We are going to head to the phone lines right now, and we have Debbie in Layton, Utah. Good evening, Debbie, and welcome to Your Time to Shine.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, hello.
I'm here.
I can hear you. Barely.
Let me turn my
there
volume
you go.
up.
There you go. Now I hear you.
Okay, good.
What can I do for you this evening?
I guess I would say future. Looking into my future, see what's there for me.
Okay. Perfect. Let's do it. I'm going to tune in for you, Debbie. And so there's just going to be a little moment of silence as I do that. And then I'll be right back with you, okay?
Okay.
All right, Debbie. So it's really awesome. Spirit will actually bring songs to me a lot of the time. And so what I got first off was Bright Shining Star. And then I got My Future is So Bright, I've got to Wear Shades. I don't know if you know that song or not. It's an 80s song. But I can tell you from that little piece that they have given me, things are starting to look up for you. Things are starting to shift and change for you. I'm being shown that it's been a long time coming. It's like these plans have been have been manifesting, right? Like you planted the seeds for things and you've been waiting patiently and cultivating and watering, and now the seeds are starting to sprout, right? And what they're showing me is now that they're sprouting, it's like it's going to take off and it's going to be quick. It's going to go really fast. And so this is all of the things that you have been asking for, that you have been intentional about, because they're showing me that you have really been very intentional about what it is that you want to have in your life. And they're showing me that your prayers are being answered. They're saying, hold on to your hats. It's going to get wild. So your guides have a sense of humor, obviously.
That's
so
because I do.
okay. Well, there you go. Hold on just a moment. So I'm being shown that you're either that you're looking to shift your job, shift your career, and that is moving forward. Are you interviewing right now?
No, I'm not. I have been a caregiver for 37 years.
Okay.
And I actually got very ill last year, and I'm still recouping from that. So I've had to totally do a flip around on that, because I loved my job. And so it's been very hard for me. So I'm actually not even able to work right now. So it's kind of been, can I go to work? Can I not work because of my health? Like I need to work for the income, but really not able to because of my health.
Right.
So it's kind of not knowing what to do right now.
So I'm being shown that that yes, you can find something while you're doing your healing. I'm being shown that you have put a lot of effort into this healing. And, of course, if you're ill, sometimes your body says, okay, I've had enough. We're shutting down. But that's been like your rejuvenation time and your healing time, and that you've taken that very seriously. I mean, there's a lot of people out there that, they have an illness or they've gone through something and they're still not really taking advantage of doing that piece for themselves, right? Taking that healing time that they really, really need. And your guides are showing me that you have, right? You've taken this very seriously. And so being the healer, being the giver that you are, have you practiced Reiki at all?
No.
Okay, because I'm being shown like you could do some energy work and with Reiki, right? It would be gentle enough on your body that you could do something like that and bring in a little extra income for yourself. Because you are that caregiver, you are that healer, this would be something that would bring you a lot of joy. It's still almost in that caregiving aspect, right? And so doing something like that would give you joy. And make you feel like
I'm trying to learn about that.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, and make you feel like, okay, I haven't lost that piece of me throughout this, throughout this.
Makes sense.
Yeah. They're saying take it kind of slow in the beginning, right? Because until you understand how to work with the energy, and how to, what's the word I'm looking for? Basically for your guides to use you as a vessel, right? So energy just flows in and out rather than it flowing in and you taking that energy upon yourself. I remember when I first started doing some energy work, I would get so exhausted. I would do like a, 30 or 40 minutes of energy work and I would sleep for 2 hours. Well, what was happening was it was being brought in through me, through my guides, and it was going out to the person I was working on, but then it was coming back to me and not releasing out of my body. So I was basically storing all this extra stuff from everybody else. And so they want to caution you on that, to be aware of that, so that you are just a vessel of in and out and you don't hold on to that energy, because that won't help your healing process. Okay.
Okay. Okay, makes sense.
Because you are that empath, it would be very easy to hold on to that energy and not even realize it. Okay.
Okay.
I'm also being shown that as far as your health goes, you are right on the edge of being done and over all of this. So
good.
When you look at your journey and where you've started and where you've gone and where you're at right now, they said you're almost through it. Just hold on a little bit longer. It's like the very end. It's like the very end of this healing process that you're going through.
Okay.
And as you're healing, you're shifting and you're opening up and expanding more into like spirituality. And that is shifting and changing for you as well. It's like you're starting to open up to more possibilities of what is.
Okay.
Let me see what else they have for you.
Okay.
They're saying, try not to worry about the finances and the money, because the money is there. The money is coming.
Okay.
And so by doing this, by being in that space and that energy and being doing some of this Reiki work, that things are going to open up for you. And then once you get through this piece of it, then you can make that decision on what your next step is, what your next chapter is. So this is almost like preparing you and asking you, what do you want to do in your next step, right? It's like this you're standing on the threshold of a door and you're looking out and you're contemplating what your next step is. And so that's where that is where you need to be during this time period, is you need to start thinking about what it is that you want to do and where you want to go with this.
Okay.
You're incredibly compassionate and caring and giving. And so that piece of you is going to remain strong. And you're definitely going to be drawn to that piece of it, to that caregiving side, right? But I think what you're going to find is that you're going to you're going to take that caregiving piece, but you're going to look at it from a different perspective. It's like putting on a different set of lenses and go, okay, so it's going to look a little bit different for me. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So not necessarily going back into the exact type of caregiving that you were doing before, but it's going to look a little bit different, but it's still going to be in that realm of caregiving.
Yes, that makes sense. That makes
Yeah.
sense. Yes.
Something that is a little less, what they're showing me is a little less harsh on your body or your mental state. Because even though you liked what you did, what you do and what you did, it was a little bit hard on your mental capacity.
Yes, it was.
With some of the things that you had to deal with and to essentially live through, right? And so they're saying this different path will give you a little bit of a break of that.
Okay.
Okay.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. Was there anything else that I can help you with tonight?
No, you've answered some great questions.
Good. I'm so glad.
You have helped me a lot. You've helped me a
Good.
lot.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Well, do take care of yourself and thank you for calling in.
Yes, thank you so much.
You are so
Thank
welcome.
you.
Have a great night.
All right, you too. Thank you.
All right. Next, we have Kelly in Lancaster, England. Good evening, Kelly, and welcome to Your Time to Shine.
Hiya.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I am good, thank you. What can I do for you this evening?
I'd just like to see if things are going to start looking up, like to do with my health and my housing. Really. Anything you can really pick up.
Okay, so you said your health, and what was the other question you had?
To see if my health gets any worse, like I'm having issues with my health and not getting anywhere with doctors and stuff.
Okay. Kelly, let me check in here for you, and while I do that, there's just going to be a little moment of silence, and then I will be right back with you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Kelly. So I'm being shown that you have been having some health issues for some time now.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and it's almost like you can't breathe anymore. It's just like it's so
Yeah,
overwhelming.
it's got worse. Yeah, because I've been past a lot of parts. I've had a lot of problems, yeah. But it's getting worse, obviously. I just thought, I'm not going to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah. So it feels like have you done any kind of or worked with like a natural path? I'm feeling like there's a lot of like they're showing me like herbal supplements and that type of thing. Have you worked with somebody like that in your past?
No, I have had, they've tried to give me like sort of like work therapy sort of thing, like to deal with the pain. But that was a long time back. I was meant to have an operation, but obviously they're using the situation as a cardiac arrest, so I just have to basically deal with it.
Right. Yeah, because what they're showing me is it feels like that that you haven't really gotten to the main point of what's causing all of this.
No, but that's what I mean, yeah, but obviously other things like my stomach my back. Obviously, I know what's going on my back. I just had the operation. But I would have been out. It's been going on for some time, but now it's affecting my ability to go out.
Yeah. So I am being shown that you will, it looks like that you are going to be doing some kind of a surgery down the road, and it is going to help. Okay.
Right.
It's going to help kind of, I'm sorry?
I've been begging for him to do some surgery, but we reckon that's that.
Yeah. So it's almost like, so yes, I mean, they're showing me that you are going to do some type of a surgery. It's almost like you could also, and I'm not saying replace the surgery, but in preparation for it, finding a healer that can help you work with your angels and guides to kind of get you prepped for that surgery and do some healing sessions on this. And what that will do is the angels could come in and do like an energetic healing and clearing and almost like an energetic surgery for you to kind of start this process going to get your body prepped and to get you kind of over this hump.
Right.
And I think that would help you, that would really help kind of push you forward a little bit. It feels like there's a lot of healing, like almost just like trauma healing that needs to happen for you from past experiences. And so finding a healing practitioner that can kind of help guide you through that is really going to help kind of lift a piece from you. Like literally it's going to make, what I'm being shown is like, it's literally going to make your body feel lighter. Okay. Because right now there's a lot of heaviness that I feel like you're carrying. And I feel like that's because it's from past trauma.
Trauma, right. Yeah, is that the past is in help or due to me issues when the kids back? Sort of thing. I've been through a lot and never been listed. These things happened. It's like, I know things before it happens, but it's been bad things.
Yeah. So yeah, I would look for somebody that could help you through some of those things. And I think that will get you at least started on your way a little bit and get you prepared. Okay.
Yeah.
So Kelly, we're coming down to the last few seconds of our show. So I'm going to have to say goodnight, but I hope this has been helpful for you this evening.
It has, yeah. Thank you very much. That's helped me a lot now. I know.
You're so very welcome. I hope you start feeling better very soon.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that does it for me, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in this evening. Feel free to reach me at my website of wingsofsoulswithjulie.com. I am booking into April right now for readings, personal one-on-one readings, and group readings. You can also reach me on my Facebook page at Julie Yeager Walker Medium and Your Time to Shine. Good evening, everyone, and we'll see you again next week.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from LadyDSPsychicParties.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is astrology and psychic reading
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host for this next half an hour, Lady D. I hope you've all had a wonderful week. So even like today, we've got a really, with the astrology, there's things that were coming up today, and also we've got the new moon that's coming up this week too. So, and I'm coming an hour earlier from those in Australia. So I'm coming here at 2 p.m. here in Australia, and in New York it's 11 p.m. So, okay, so today we do actually have a conjunction with Neptune, and we've got the Sun, and we've got Mercury. So with this is going to be our judgment might be cloudy, and our thinking, we might even be sort of not feeling motivated, but our thinking is not clear thinking. We can't get a clear picture on things with the Neptune that's sort of fogging things up a bit there. And we've got the moon that's in Capricorn today. So the Capricorn moon is really trying to get us to be motivated, get things structured, get things going. We're going to get things done now. We can't be too emotional. We just got to get things done. But then a lot of Pisces energy that's coming up is sort of bringing up emotions and bringing up things to the forefront today. But also we've got coming up this week ahead, we have this new moon that's coming up on the 22nd of March, which is on Wednesday at 4:23 a.m. That's my time here in Sydney. So it will be more like the 21st if you're on the other side of the world. So, and this new moon, it's not going to be an ordinary just new moon that's in Aries. We're also going to be a square to Mars, and it's going to conjunct Mercury, which is also going to be in Mars. So we're going to have this week Mercury moving into Mars. Mercury moving into Aries, getting that all mixed up. So what's this with this Aries energy? When we're dealing with Aries, we're dealing with ourselves. Aries rules the first house, which is your body, and it's about you. When you speak to an Aries, if you know anyone that is an Aries, Sun, they can be very strong personalities. I have a friend who has a lot of planets in Aries, so she's a strong character. And the thing about with Aries, that they think that they're always right. So they can be a bit argumentative, and they're good leaders. So with this new moon we can bring up things to do with leadership, about you being a leader, you being more confident in yourself going forward, but also like you're thinking that you're right, your thoughts this week, especially with this new moon, you're going to be like, I'm very much in control and I'm right. There's another thing about being perhaps independent as well. Aries is a very strong sign. So it's going to be a very strong energy that's going to be coming up here. When we do have, so we've got the Sun that's going to be here as well. And we've got Jupiter in this sign as well as Chiron in this sign. So it's going to be a lot. So the things that may come up here could be like strength in your communication in the way that you think. So I feel like it's going to be more about you, what you think, how you're feeling. It's about yourself, wanting to be in control of your destiny. And it's like with destiny, we can't really control what's in our path, whatever's going to come our way. Sometimes we get feelings and we get like, I remember a few years ago, I had a feeling I was going to be in a car accident, and I was being very cautious everywhere I drove because I had this feeling of being in a car accident. And I had it was just a little bump. It was nothing big. I didn't need to get the car fixed. It was a tiny bump, and even when it happened, it just felt like a little bump from another car, and there was no markings on my car. But I knew it was happening. But I couldn't control that either. I knew it was going to come, and I was trying to be overcautious. I was being very careful everywhere that I went in the car. and it was like it was just destined to happen. So, but we're going to try control it. And even myself, someone who's I'm an Aquarian, so I'm a fixed sign, who I've been there where I've really tried to control what's going to happen in my life. And sometimes we just can't control things. But this is going to be coming up this week. We're going to be looking at every situation in a unique way. It's going to be, you might feel highly strung and confident about your belief systems. So conflict with those that think differently from you. And this is the thing. I have my friend who's a very strong Aries. She said to me once that she was reading things about our personalities, me being Aquarian and her being the Aries. And I forget what she actually read, but whenever we'd have an argument, I would say to her, okay, if I knew I wasn't going to get anywhere, none of us were going to change our opinions, I just say, okay, and I'd move on. And she said to this time, that really annoys me. She says, you don't believe what I say. I know I'm right. And you go, okay, and you move on, because what I felt was right too. That was the thing. So we got here, wanting to stay in control of things that are out of our hands. So again, with the whole destiny thing, trying to over control things this week. Motivated to get what you need to get done. So you might feel more motivated with this new moon. And we've got here, passionate about your own beliefs and what you have to say. So again, all about the communication is going to be coming up with this Mercury. Mercury is the way we think. It's the way we communicate. So it's going to be coming up a lot with our emotions and with this new moon energy. We've also got Venus moving into Taurus coming in the 18th. This is going to bring about things to do with our belief systems, our environments. Do we feel secure? Money can also be relationship. Venus in Taurus is going to be a strong aspect because it is ruled by Taurus. So Venus is going to be potent in this sign. It's also going to be conjuncting the node, which is on the 21st. So with this, it's going to be a destiny point or a life lesson to do with finances and also to do with love as well. It's like things are happening around the world at the moment with finances. You know, everything is just hanging on by a string. It just kind of feels like that. We've got Mars, which is going to make its way into Cancer. We've been waiting for this to happen for a long time. Mars has been in Gemini for around since September, October last year. So it's finally making its way into Cancer on the 26th of this week. Mars in Cancer you might feel more motivated to get things done around the home. Mars can be a bit of a strength here, and it can be about taking action, getting things done to do with family and home, nurturing, healing as well. But then there also can be a bit of arguments here too, because Mars is also the god of war. I always say Mars is a double-edged sword. You don't know which one you're going to get. It's going to be a strength, or is it going to be a bit of frustration there? And then we've also on the Pluto coming on the 23rd into Aquarius for 3 months. I'll talk more about that next week, but that's going to be a big thing that's going to come up here. And Pluto in Capricorn at the end here, where we can see it's sort of destroying all of our institutions and governments and orders around the world. Everything's really coming up to a head here. And there's more things that are going to be coming up these 3 months with this Pluto energy going into Aquarius. And what else I've got coming up this week ahead? I've got here, destiny will take you on a ride which you wouldn't think or end up in. So what's going to happen this week, where destiny, where your path is going to take you, it's going to be somewhere where you didn't think or didn't expect to be ending up in. Got a light shining brightly. So I feel like this is more like spiritual work, where our lights, our energy is shining more brightly into where we're going, perhaps even getting more connection here to source. Staying on track, but staying more focused, staying on track. New ideas starting to emerge this week is going to come up for everyone. I've got here road hump suddenly appearing. So there could be, as I said, something about that's coming up with what I'm getting this week. The channeling that I've been getting is that sudden things in destiny, there's changes here. Where you thought you were going may not be where you're going to end up. I got here that there's going to be a sense of unity and togetherness coming up this week. There could be more rain coming up. I feel like in the other side of the world now, you're getting what we've been going through the last couple of years with the rain. We're now going through a heat wave where I am. So we've got here, take time to look at what has expired in your life. So things you don't need anymore. We always hold on to things to the very end, like security. We like to have security. We like to feel stable, but maybe we don't need those things anymore. So it is time to look at that, and time to start fresh. I've got that also coming up for this week. Time to start fresh and make a new start on certain things. But I do feel like we are going to feel more motivated this week, which is going to be a big change too. Okay, let's go to the callers. So I've got here Amanda, who's in Baltimore, as a Maryland in America. So hi, Amanda, how are you?
Hello, I'm doing good. How are you today?
I'm good. How can I help you today?
I was looking for a love reading.
Sorry?
A love reading. I didn't know if that came through or not. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Love reading? Sure. Okay, let's have a look ahead here. So you're single at the moment, Amanda?
Technically, yes.
Okay. So I hear songs, certain things, and I just heard a song that said like I want to be single. Okay, let's have a look here. Let's have. I also have someone here. I feel like it's for you as well, who I feel like their mouth, they had a dry mouth because my mouth was really dry, and before I always get nervous and a bit anxious, but they were saying to me, I just dropped a card. Let me just get a card. They were saying to me that the nervous and anxious was them. So I feel like this person had a lot of anxiety and nervous. I feel like they are also a man too. I also feel like in their home they would like to have things all tidy and neatly and things in order. Like when I look in there, show me the kitchen cupboard and opening up a cupboard door and everything is in order. The glasses and things are the right way. Does this make any sense to you, Amanda?
No, because he's actually a really messy person.
No, someone's passed over. Someone that's passed.
Oh, passed. Oh, I'm sorry. Not as of yet. No.
Okay.
I don't know anybody.
Okay. All right. Well, just keep it there. Just bear in mind back of your head, because they're saying that you know them. Okay. Could be even your grandfather that's coming in here. I feel like it's a male. Okay. All right. Let's have a look at this love reading for you. Okay. I feel like coming up this week, you're really got to say what you want with this relationship with this person. I feel like it's like he knows. I feel like the other person, I feel like he kind of knows where he stands or where he wants, but I feel like no one's budging. No one's coming. It's like you like the way how they are now, or one person likes the way they are now, but I feel like you're kind of together. You're together, but it just hasn't been announced. So you just haven't come and said out and said, "Oh, we're girlfriend and boyfriend." I feel like I do feel like this person wants a relationship with you. With him being a bit messy, I feel like he likes someone that's going to clean up after him or pick up after him.
I do that all the time, yeah.
Okay. But I feel like you might get sick of that. You're going to have to get him to take some sort of responsibility for that. I can see you throwing clothes at him. So you might be like, oh, I'm sick of having to pick up after you. But I feel like this is a good energy. I feel like this could be a good match. I feel like he's there waiting. He's available. I feel like that he's like, here I am. I feel like it's you. You just got to come out and say what you want. But don't pick holes. Like don't pick holes at everything. Just come out and say what you want. You are very much the nurturing, the one that's looking after people as well. Okay. All right. So I'm talking to you. Plus, I have this still person that's talking to me as well, a person that's passed over. I want to say, did your mum, your grandfather on your mum's side of the family, have they passed over?
Yes.
And your mum, she used to also care and look after her father when he was here?
Not necessarily. I did.
You did? Okay. All right. It can be sense. Okay. Because talking about your mum's side, he's like, she looked at this card and he was saying, that's me, that's her with me. But I thought it was your mum, but it could be got the message wrong. It's you. I feel like the man that I have in spirit, he is your grandfather. And
Yes.
he's, and he's saying that, it even could be you that likes everything neat and tidy. When he showed me the kitchen cupboard, that could have even been you. But he's saying, don't worry. He's saying, this man, I feel like this man that you got, he's telling me this man that you have in your life is opposite to you. And he's saying that that's okay. He's like, we learn and we grow, but you're going to have a lot of fun with him. There's fun to be had with this man. He's all serious. Like I just feel like this man's waiting for you to say, yep, we're a couple. Let's go ahead with it. I feel like we're there. There's also, I feel like with you guys to travel, and that even could be coming up more next year than this year. But I do feel like there's traveling around Europe there with you guys that are going to go together. And I kind of feel like it's about starting like family. Like there's a future here with this person. They're not wasting your time. I just feel like you just got to come out and say what you're going to say. But I do see a future with him. There's also like financial stuff's coming up in the cards here that I can see with you as well. And I'm hearing just don't worry. Don't worry. It's like I've got to keep money in the bank or keep savings in the bank. And he's telling me to tell you like just don't worry. Like everything is going to be okay and everything is safe. And I also feel like there could be a new job on the horizon I feel like not for you, for this partner, this man, a new job could also be coming up for him. It could be coming up near the end of the year, but I feel like there's a new job coming up for him. I feel like he's waiting. Is your partner, so this man that you've got with, is he waiting for more money to come in or waiting for a better job?
Am I?
No, the man. It could be you, but I feel like it's more the partner.
Yeah, he's working at a deli right now, but I don't really know too much because I'm not in contact with him. I just get little bits and pieces of it from his mom, she tells me.
Oh, okay. He will get the job that he wants or that he's waiting for, but I feel like it's not until the end of the year, but it will come in. But as far as the relationship goes, I feel like you got to say clearly what you want. And so I feel like he wants a relationship with you. I feel like he wants to move forward. There's a possibility also, I feel like wanting to move in together too. So I feel like, but I kind of feel like it's on you. Yeah, because I feel like he's already there, that he already wants to have a life with you. Is he in New York?
No, he's in Virginia.
Is that Virginia? I don't know what that is. Is that like a city? Like is in like where there's tall buildings and stuff?
No, he's in Virginia's a state.
Okay. I feel like I'm in some place like New York, like there's tall buildings, it's a busyness, it's a busy city. So whether you guys are going to go and visit New York or you're in a city like that, I'm seeing like a busy city. To me, I'm seeing it as New York, but that's because that's all I know. I haven't been to America. So whether it be something like that or it is New York, I feel like you guys are going to go there. Okay, so there is a big city in Virginia. So I just see you guys. I see you guys around that area in a city, and you guys are together. But just don't lose hope. But I feel like you're the one that has to. And I feel like this will be sorted by May. I feel like you guys are together in May. Like everything's sorted out, and you're together as a couple in May.
Okay.
I hope that helps you, to Amanda, and I'll just move on to the next caller. But thank you for calling in today.
All right. Did my grandpa have anything else to say?
I'm just asking quickly. He's just saying you're a bright girl. He wants to say hi to your mum for him. He misses her a lot, and he's like he sits with her. he sits with her. He laughs. I feel like this man has a jovial side, and I feel like your mum's maybe thinking about old times, and he's there with her, and they're sort of like they're laughing. He's laughing with her about old times and things that have happened, and he's just saying thank you for being there for him as well. You played a big part in his life, and that's something that this man always remembers and always keeps with him. But he's saying it's okay for things to be a little bit messy. He's saying it's okay for things to be a little bit messy. It's like just live your life and live it to the full. Okay. So we'll just move on now. Okay. Thank you. We're on to Sharon. So we've got Sharon here who's in Washington. Hi, Sharon. How are you? Oh, so,
Hi.
Hi.
I'm good.
And how can I help you today?
I was hoping for a message from my mom or my dad today, hopefully.
Okay. As you were talking, I could see a lady coming through, and this lady, she had her hair is not straight. It has a curl to her hair. It's not it's like sort of kind of above the shoulder a little bit with her hair. She's wearing clothes it's not bright colored. They're more dull colored, but there's a jacket. Like she's wearing a skirt, a top, and a jacket, but it's not a bright colored outfit that she's wearing. It's like a grayish color, and I feel like her hair is not grey hair. So I feel like maybe she dyed it or got it done, but the hair, to me, the way I see it, it's not grey. And she could be a little bit slow, but she doesn't take nonsense. She's happy to see you too. I feel like this lady's she's a helper, and I feel like also she was a bit independent too. Does that sound like your mother?
Yeah, that's my mom. Yeah.
Okay. She's like, hi. she's like, hi. She's like saying you're very. She's saying you're very special to her. She's calling you her baby girl. Like, so I don't know if she called you her baby girl when she was here, or if you're the youngest, but she's calling you her baby girl. She's also giving you a flower. So I'm seeing like it's a yellow flower. Like to me, it looks like a daffodil. So I don't know if daffodils mean anything to her. But she's seen that. Did she pass from cancer by any chance?
No, I don't know. She died in her sleep, so I don't know.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's okay. I just put that in there because sometimes in Australia, daffodil can be a symbol of cancer because we have a foundation here. So I just thought that might have been it. Or it could be just she liked yellow flowers.
I just bought daffodil root herbs.
The daffodil? Yep, I'm here. You just cut out a little bit. Okay. Yeah, because she's showing me that with you. Because she's giving that to you. And she's also very much a humble person. What do you want to tell her? I'm just seeing you, and she's like, we've got to start cleaning up. Like, we've got to start, I can see you, and there's a lot of stuff around you. She's like, we've got to start putting things in order. We've got to start cleaning up. This lady, like, I don't feel like she liked to just sit around. She liked to keep herself busy, and I feel like I need to sort things out. So if we do it around you at the moment, you need to sort some things out, or you need to do a bit of a cleanup. I am seeing a bit of a cleanup that's happening, where even like we call it here council cleanups, where we sort of anything that we don't want, we can leave outside, and the council comes and gets rid of it. But I just feel like there needs to be a big cleanup that happens, or that's going to happen around you. And this woman also loves her family as well. Over in the other side, she's got a lot of energy, and she's able to do a bit of like she's dancing. She's being very energetic on the other side. She also has a cat. I can see a cat with her, and the cat is more than one color. It could be like a tortoise shell, but it has like a white, but it also has like an orangey yellow color to it. Great different colors on this cat. Have you got a cat that's passed, or does she have a cat?
Yes, we have a cat, Courtney.
Okay, because I can see the cat with this lady. and she's patting the cat too. I feel like she likes the cat. She showed me that she likes the cat, and she's very proud of you as well. And she's, I don't know, sometimes you get very frustrated, or you like sort of get really holding, and sort of, I can see you stamping your feet, and she's just saying, don't stamp your feet. She's like, it's okay, take things as they come, breathe, but don't stamp your feet. So I don't know, sometimes you get a bit frustrated, or you sort of stamp your feet in a bit of a, like, if you get a bit frustrated, or then things aren't going to go your way. But she's saying, don't stamp your feet, just be okay. Okay. There's also next March, I feel like you are going through your own transformation here too, because you're getting stronger. She's telling me you're getting stronger. She's like, there's a lot of healing that's been taking place. She's sorry that she went too fast. She's saying, I'm sorry that I went too fast. There was like no time to prepare. There was like things that needed to be done. It's like things that are left half done. And she's saying sorry for that, because I feel like this lady, if she knew, had a heads up, she would get things done in order, and she couldn't. And even maybe what I'm seeing now, and what I was seeing earlier, where I was seeing things around you having to get things sorted out or cleaned done, because I feel like it's to do with your mum. But she's very happy, and you're also the leader, because she's telling me you are the leader, and you're the one that's going to have to lead everyone through this. But there is also, I feel like, within this year, so within March this now to March next year, there is something that's coming in here where there's an ending taking place, but you're moving on to something better. And I feel like this could be to do with where you're living or to the house, but I feel like you're moving on to something that's better. There is some sort of ending taking place here, but it's a good, positive ending that's coming up. So your father, he's still with us?
He's passed.
He's passed too. Okay. And did you look after you look after your dad? She's talking about the dad. She's talking about the dad being looked after by the dad. Okay. He's thanking you for, I could feel there's a lot of thank you for that. He was a very reasonable man as well, but he wasn't as flexible as he could have been. He could have been more flexible, I feel like, with him too. But he's coming in and sending his love to you as well. And he's just saying, don't be uptight. I feel like we just need to relax and just try and just be flexible with what's coming in. But I feel like within a year, I feel like it's to do with the home, but there's something better coming in for you. It's a positive change that's coming in here. You're moving on to something better that's more fun. Okay. I'll leave it there for you, Sharon. I hope I helped you today, and thank you for calling through.
Okay.
Okay, everybody, thank you for tuning in today. It's been a terrific show. If you want to contact me, you can on Lady D Psychic Parties. That's my website and my Facebook, my Instagram, Lady DS Psychic, same my TikTok, and my YouTube channel, Lady D or Danielle Psychic. Thank you for tuning in, and I'll see you for my next week's show. So bye for now.